The air in the Blackwood Basin didn't smell like pine or damp earth. It smelled like old pennies and dry electricity. It was the kind of scent that stayed in the back of your throat, a metallic tang that made you want to swallow constantly just to make sure your mouth was still your own. I checked the brass casing of the Sunto Global Needle for the 10th time in an hour. It wasn't spinning. It wasn't hunting for magnetic north. The needle was pinned, the white tip jammed hard against the glass floor of the housing, the red end tilted up toward the gray canopy of the trees. It looked like a broken finger pointing at something buried beneath my boots. "Is it still doing it?" Elias asked. He was standing 6 feet away, his silhouette blurring into the vertical lines of the hemlocks. He didn't move closer. People don't like to move closer to things they can't explain. "It's not the magnets," I said. My voice sounded thin, like paper tearing. "The needle is physically dragging. Look at the glass." There were faint, circular scratches on the inside of the casing where the needle had been scraping against the bottom for the last 3 miles. It wasn't just pointing down. It was trying to get down. It was a weight, a frantic, vibrating pull that made the compass feel heavier in my palm than it had when we left the trailhead. "We should be at the ridge by now," Elias said. He didn't look at his watch. He looked at the ground. He had been looking at his feet for the last 20 minutes, stepping carefully, as if the soil might turn to liquid. "The ridge is north," I reminded him. "North doesn't exist here, Arthur." He was right. We had crossed the inversion line at 2:00 p.m. I knew the exact moment it happened because the birds stopped. Not the way they stop when a hawk circles overhead. That's a panicked, rustling silence. This was different. This was a vacuum. 1 second, the woods were alive with the rhythmic clicking of nuthatches. The next, the world went mute. The only sound left was the wet, rhythmic thud of our boots on the mulch. I looked down at the compass again. The needle wasn't just tilted now. It was vibrating. A low-frequency hum traveled up through the brass, into my thumb, and settled in the marrow of my wrist. It felt like holding a dying bird. "Do you hear that?" I asked. Elias froze. He didn't turn his head. "I don't hear anything." "Exactly," I said. "The wind is moving the branches." Elias, look up. Above us, the heavy boughs of the hemlocks were swaying violently, lashed by a gale we couldn't feel on the forest floor. The needles hissed against each other, a dry, abrasive sound like sandpaper on bone. But down where we stood, the air was dead. A single hanging leaf 3 feet from my face remained perfectly still, suspended in a pocket of stagnant air. I reached out to touch the leaf. My hand shook. As my fingers brushed the edge of the maple leaf, a spark jumped. It wasn't a static pop. It was a sustained blue arc that crawled across my skin for a full second. I pulled back, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. My fingertips were numb. "Arthur," Elias whispered. His voice was different, flat. "Look at your shadow." The sun was high, obscured by the thick, milky overcast of the basin. There shouldn't have been much of a shadow at all, just a vague gray smudge beneath our feet. But my shadow was dark. It was a sharp, ink-black silhouette burned into the dead leaves, and it wasn't pointing away from the sun. It was centered directly beneath me, a perfect, condensed circle of blackness, as if the light weren't coming from the sky, but being sucked into the earth through the space I occupied. "We're turning back," I said. I didn't wait for his agreement. I turned 180 degrees, heading toward the path we had carved through the brush. I took 5 steps before I realized the compass needle hadn't moved. It was still pointing down, but now it was also pointing behind me, toward the center of the basin. I turned again. No matter which way I rotated my body, the needle stayed fixed on a single spot in the dirt about 50 yards to our left. It wasn't north, it wasn't down, it was him. "There's someone standing by the creek," Elias said, his voice a dull monotone. I followed his gaze. Through the haze of the gray trunks, a figure stood. It was tall, too tall, the limbs elongated like a reflection in a funhouse mirror. It wore a heavy, canvas surveyor's coat, the kind they issued in the 50s. The fabric was stiff, caked in a layer of fine red dust. The figure wasn't looking at us. It was holding a transit level, the three-legged stand sunk deep into the soft earth. The man, if it was a man, was leaning over the eyepiece, perfectly still. "Hey," I shouted. The word didn't travel. It felt like it fell out of my mouth and hit the ground at my feet. The surveyor didn't move. He didn't even breathe. There was no rise and fall of the shoulders, no vapor from his mouth in the cooling afternoon air. "Don't go over there," Elias said. "We need directions, Elias. The GPS is dead, the compass is pinned. He's a surveyor. He knows the grid." I started toward the figure. With every step, the vibration in the compass grew stronger. The brass housing began to get warm, not warm like it had been sitting in the sun, hot, a feverish, pulsing heat that made the skin of my palm turn a bright, angry pink. I stopped 10 feet away. The surveyor was pale, not the white of a living person, but the color of a mushroom grown in a basement. His skin looked porous, damp. He wasn't looking through the transit level. I saw it as I moved to the side. The transit level was pointed straight down at the ground between the tripod legs. "Oh, excuse me," I said. The man turned his head. He didn't move his body. His neck twisted with a series of wet, rhythmic clicks like a wrench turning a rusted bolt. He looked at me, and I realized why the compass was screaming. His eyes weren't eyes. They were two perfectly smooth, polished spheres of magnetite embedded in his sockets. And as he looked at me, I felt the fillings in my back molars ache with a sudden, sharp pressure. "It's deeper today," the man said. His voice didn't come from his throat. It sounded like it was coming from the ground beneath my boots, a vibration that rattled my kneecaps. "What is?" I asked, my voice trembling. He pointed a long, gray finger at the tripod, the center of gravity. "It's migrating." I looked down at the compass in my hand. The glass casing cracked. A single, jagged line bifurcated the dial. The needle didn't just point down now. It began to sink, the metal tip melting through the plastic bottom of the housing as if the earth were a magnet the size of a planet, pulling it home. "You should leave," the surveyor whispered, "before your bones start to feel the weight." I backed away, my boots feeling heavy, like they were made of lead. I turned to find Elias, but he wasn't 6 feet away anymore. He was 20 yards back, standing perfectly still, his head tilted at the same unnatural angle as the surveyor's. "Elias," I called out. He didn't answer. He just looked down at his own hands. I looked down at mine. My fingernails were turning a dark, bruised purple. The blood wasn't circulating. It was pooling in my extremities, dragged downward by a force that had nothing to do with the moon or the stars. The compass in my hand finally gave way. The needle punched through the bottom of the brass case and fell. It didn't hit the leaves. It vanished into the soil without leaving a hole, like a stone dropped into a bottomless lake. And then, for the first time since we entered the basin, I felt it. A tug. Not on my clothes, not on my gear. a tug on my soul, a physical pull in the center of my chest, dragging my heart toward the dirt. Sensory anchor, the smell of ozone and wet copper, the taste of blood in the back of the throat. The micro-escalation, the discovery that the compass needle is physically damaging its housing to point downward. The attention tactic, the mystery question, what is the inversion line, and why do the shadows behave as if the sun is underground? The stinger, the protagonist realizes his own blood is pooling in his hands due to an localized increase in gravity. Sensory anchor, a sound like a low-tuned cello string vibrating in the dirt. The micro-escalation, Elias begins to walk with a heavy, dragging limp, claiming his marrow feels like lead. They find a grove of trees where the branches grow downward, burrowing back into the earth. The attention tactic, perceptual gaslight, the protagonist notices that the horizon line seems to be curving upward, creating a bowl effect that shouldn't exist. The stinger, they find a discarded backpack from a previous hiker. Inside, a diary contains only one sentence repeated for 40 pages. The bottom is closer than the top. Sensory anchor, the sudden, sharp drop in temperature, not cold, but a leaching of warmth. The micro-escalation, they encounter the surveyor again, but he is now chest-deep in the soil, still looking through his transit level. He claims he isn't sinking, the world is rising. The attention tactic, ticking clock, the protagonist's watch starts running backward, the hands spinning faster as they move deeper into the basin. The stinger, the protagonist looks at his GPS. The altitude reading is showing a negative number that is rapidly increasing, minus 500 FT, minus 1,200 FT, minus 3,000 FT. Sensory anchor, the sound of their own footsteps echoing with a metallic clack, as if they are walking on a hollow steel drum. The micro-escalation, Elias stops speaking. He communicates only through gestures, his eyes fixed on the ground. He discovers a soft spot in the dirt that swallows his hiking pole instantly. The attention tactic, delayed reveal. They find a rusted sign buried in the dirt. It's not a trail marker. It's a mine entrance sign from a company that hasn't existed for a century. The stinger, the protagonist realizes the trees around them aren't wood. They are petrified iron, disguised by a thin layer of bark. Sensory anchor, the sensation of hair standing up on the arms and neck, the smell of scorched hair. The micro-escalation, a thick gray fog rolls in, but it doesn't float. It hugs the ground like a heavy liquid, rising only to their knees. Within the fog, things are moving. The attention tactic, perceptual gaslight. The protagonist sees his own reflection in a puddle, but the reflection is standing upright while he feels tilted. The stinger, Elias disappears into the knee-high fog. When he screams, the sound comes from directly beneath the protagonist's feet. Sensory anchor, the air becomes thick and hard to swallow, tasting of rust and sulfur. The micro-escalation, the protagonist finds Elias' boots. They are still tied, standing perfectly upright, but Elias is gone. There are no footprints leading away. The attention tactic, mystery question. If the gravity is pulling everything down, why are the clouds above beginning to spiral into a funnel shape? The stinger, the protagonist finds a phone on the ground. It's recording. The video shows Elias being pulled into the earth as if the soil were water. Sensory anchor, a faint, rhythmic thumping. like a massive heart beating miles below the crust. The micro-escalation, the ground begins to turn translucent in patches. Below the surface, the protagonist sees flickering lights, not fire, but bioluminescent veins of ore. The attention tactic, ticking clock, the protagonist's nose begins to bleed a thick, black fluid that sticks to the ground like mercury. The stinger, he realizes he can no longer lift his left foot. It's bonded to the soil. Sensory anchor, the smell of ozone becomes overwhelming, like a lightning strike. The micro-escalation, the surveyor reappears, now completely submerged except for his hand, which is still holding the transit level. The device is glowing with a dull blue light. The attention tactic, delayed reveal. The transit level isn't a tool, it's a key. It's holding a plug in place. The stinger, the protagonist sees a massive, metallic eye open in the dirt beneath the translucent patch of ground. Sensory anchor, the feeling of weightlessness followed by crushing pressure, a gravity tide. The micro-escalation, the protagonist realizes the basin isn't a geographical feature. It's a mouth. The trees, the surveyor, the compass, all of it was a lure to bring mass to the center. The attention tactic, perceptual gaslight, the protagonist begins to hear his own voice calling to him from the hole where Elias vanished. The stinger, the ground beneath him, finally gives way, not into a cave, but into a vertical shaft of perfectly smooth, machined chrome. Sensory anchor, absolute silence, the smell of a clean, sterile laboratory. The micro-escalation, he finds the source. It's not a monster or an alien. It's a massive, ancient compass needle, 3 miles long, suspended in a vacuum. It's pointing at the center of the Earth. The attention tactic, mystery question. Is the needle pointing at something, or is it holding something down? The stinger, the protagonist finds Elias. He is part of the machinery now, his skin replaced by the same brass as the compass, his eyes fixed on the down that will eventually swallow the world. The protagonist feels his own skin begin to chill into metal. The transition from the world of light and wind to the world of the basin was not a descent so much as it was a slow motion drowning in mercury. My boots, once reliable leather and vibram, felt like they were being sucked into the loam with every step. I looked at Elias. He was standing perfectly still now, his arms hanging at his sides, his fingers splayed. He looked like a man trying to balance on a tightrope that only he could see. Elias, move, I said. My voice was a gravelly rasp. The air was getting thicker, more viscous, as if the oxygen molecules were being crowded out by something heavier, something metallic. He didn't blink. Do you feel it, Arthur? The pull. I feel it. That's why we're leaving. It's not just pulling my boots, he whispered, his eyes wide and fixed on a patch of gray moss. It's pulling my tongue. It's pulling the spit in my throat. It's pulling the thoughts right out of the back of my brain. I grabbed his shoulder. The contact was a mistake. The moment my hand touched his nylon jacket, a jolt of static discharged between us, not a spark, but a continuous humming vibration that synchronized our heartbeats into a single, frantic thud. I felt a phantom weight settle onto my shoulders, the invisible hand of a giant pressing down with a cold, indifferent palm. I hauled him backward. We stumbled away from the surveyor, who remained hunched over his downward-pointing transit, a statue of salt and rusted iron. We didn't run. You couldn't run in the Blackwood Basin. Every lift of a knee required a conscious, straining effort of the quadriceps, as if we were wading through waist-deep water. We retreated toward the inversion line, or where I hoped it still was, but the forest had changed in the 20 minutes since we'd encountered the surveyor. The hemlocks didn't just look tall anymore, they looked stretched, their trunks tapering into impossibly thin needles that pierced the white sky. And the shadows were the worst part. The sun was a pale, indistinct smudge directly above us, yet our shadows remained tight, black circles beneath our feet. As we moved, I noticed the shadows of the trees weren't casting away from the light source. They were pooling around the base of each trunk like spilled ink, as if the darkness itself were too heavy to lay flat on the ground. "The compass," Elias gasped, clutching his chest. "Arthur, look at your pocket." I looked down. The brass sunto was gone. It hadn't fallen out. It had torn through the heavy-duty canvas of my cargo pocket. I looked back and saw it. The brass casing was embedded in the mud 5 feet behind us. It wasn't lying on top of the leaves. It was sinking. I watched, mesmerized and horrified, as the metal vanished into the earth with a soft, wet gulp, leaving behind a hole that didn't fill with water or dirt, but remained a perfect, cylindrical void of absolute black. "Don't look at the holes," I commanded, though I couldn't stop looking myself. We kept moving, but the geography was beginning to betray us. I remembered the trail being a gentle incline leading back to the ridge. Now, the ground seemed to be curving upward in every direction. We were standing in the bottom of a bowl that was slowly deepening. The horizon was no longer a flat line. It was a rising rim of dark timber that seemed miles high. "The ridge is up there," I said, pointing toward the tilting trees. "No," Elias said. He stopped again. He was staring at his hands. The purple bruising beneath his fingernails had spread to his knuckles. "Up is just an opinion, Arthur. The earth is hungry. Can't you hear it?" I leaned in, trying to catch his words, and that's when I heard it. It wasn't a sound heard with the ears. It was a resonance in the jawbone, a low, rhythmic thrum-thrum, thrum-thrum. It was the sound of a massive, subterranean engine, or perhaps a heart the size of a cathedral, beating deep within the tectonic plates. With every beat, the pressure in my skull increased. My vision blurred at the edges, turning the forest into a smear of charcoal and ash. "We have to climb," I said, grabbing Elias by the webbing of his pack. "If we stay in the center, we're dead. Look at the trees, Elias. Look at the branches." He looked up, and for the first time, he screamed. It was a thin, high sound that was instantly swallowed by the heavy air. The hemlocks weren't swaying anymore. The gale above had intensified, but the branches weren't resisting it. They were bowing, not away from the wind, but toward the ground. The heavy, needle-laden boughs were curling downward, their tips seeking the soil like divining rods. Some had already made contact, their ends disappearing into the mulch, anchoring the trees to the earth in a grotesque, inverted U-shape. The forest was folding in on itself. "The bottom is closer than the top," Elias muttered. The words were rhythmic, a mantra. "The bottom is closer than the top." "Shut up and move." I forced him forward, my lungs burning. The air tasted of wet pennies and something else, something like ozone and scorched hair. Every breath felt like inhaling fine sand. We reached a grove of silver birches that looked like white ribs stripped of meat. Here, the ground was different. The leaves were gone, replaced by a fine red dust that coated everything. It was the same dust I'd seen on the surveyor's coat. As I stepped onto it, I felt a sharp, electric tingle shoot through the soles of my boots. I looked back at our tracks. There weren't any. The red dust didn't compress under our weight, it clung to us. It was climbing our boots, a fine magnetic silt that was migrating upward against gravity, coating our shins in a layer of dull, metallic crimson. "Arthur, my legs," Elias whispered. He fell to his knees. He didn't fall the way a man usually falls, collapsing under his own weight. He was yanked. His knees hit the ground with a sickening, metallic clack, as if he had been dropped onto a steel plate. "Get up," I reached for him, but my own arm felt as heavy as a lead pipe. I had to use both hands just to lift my water bottle to my lips, but the water wouldn't come out. I looked through the clear plastic. The liquid wasn't sloshing. It was pinned against the bottom of the bottle, a flat, unmoving disc of blue. I turned the bottle completely upside down and shook it. The water stayed at the bottom, defying the opening, held in place by the sheer, localized ferocity of the basin's pull. I dropped the bottle. It didn't bounce. It hit the red dust and stayed there, instantly half buried. "I can't," Elias said. He was staring at a spot in the dust between his knees. "It's pulling my eyes, Arthur. I can't look up anymore. If I look up, my head feels like it's going to snap off." I knelt beside him, fighting the urge to simply lay down and let the earth take me. The moment my knees touched the red dust, the vibration increased tenfold. The thrum-thrum of the earth was now a roar in my bones. I looked at the ground, and for a second the red dust seemed to shimmer, becoming translucent. Beneath the surface, I didn't see rocks or roots. I saw geometry. Great sweeping arcs of dull, polished metal, veins of glowing, blue-white light that pulsed in time with the heartbeat. It looked like the inner workings of a clock designed by a god who hated life. Elias looked at the ground. "It's not dirt, it's a machine." But Elias wasn't listening. He was reaching out toward a small, rusted object half buried in the silt. It was a hiking pole, the aluminum bent into a sharp angle. Beside it lay a tattered nylon backpack, bleached white by years of exposure to whatever radiation or magnetism ruled this place. I crawled toward the pack, my movements slow and agonizing. I unzipped the main compartment. Inside, there were no clothes, no food, just a single leather-bound journal. The pages were stiff, impregnated with the red dust. I flipped it open. The handwriting was frantic. The ink smeared as if the writer's hand had been shaking violently. October 14th, the first entry read, "The needle broke today. It didn't just point north, it pointed through the floor. I thought it was an ore deposit. I was wrong. It's not a deposit. It's a drain." I flipped through the pages. The entries became shorter, the handwriting larger and more distorted. October 17th. The shadows are getting shorter. The sun is in the sky, but the light is coming from below. October 19th. My marrow is heavy. I can feel the iron in my blood migrating to my feet. I can't lift my left arm. Then for the next 40 pages, there was only one sentence, written over and over again, until the pen had finally torn through the paper. "The bottom is closer than the top. The bottom is closer than the top. The bottom is closer than the top." I dropped the book. It didn't flutter. It fell like a brick. "We have to go," I wheezed, grabbing Elias' collar. "Elias, look at me." He turned his head. The movement was slow, accompanied by a series of wet, rhythmic clicks from his neck. His eyes, those blue eyes I'd known since we were kids, were changing. The pupils weren't dilating. They were becoming fixed, the irises clouded with a metallic silver sheen. "It's deeper today, Arthur," he said. It wasn't his voice. It was the surveyor's voice, the same subterranean vibration that rattled my kneecaps. The center of gravity. It's migrating. No, Elias, come on." I tried to pull him, but he was anchored. The red dust had covered his boots and was now creeping up his thighs. It wasn't just dust anymore. It was beginning to harden, fusing his clothes to the earth. "I'm staying," he whispered. "I want to see what's at the bottom of the needle." "There is no needle, it's just a hole." "Everything is a needle," he said, his voice fading into the low hum of the ground. "Everything points down eventually." I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my chest. It wasn't a heart attack. It felt like a hook had been snagged in my sternum and was being pulled by a winch toward the center of the earth. I fell forward, my face inches from the red dust. The ground was humming. The blue veins of light beneath the surface were brightening, turning the translucent patches into windows. I looked through one of those windows and saw it. Miles below, suspended in a void of absolute darkness, was a needle. It was a shard of polished, blackened metal, so vast it defied the eye's ability to measure it. It was miles long, perfectly straight, and it was spinning not fast, but with a slow, ponderous momentum that seemed to move the very foundations of the world. It was the source of the pull. It was the great magnet, the anchor of the basin, the thing that had been drawing in the metal, the light, and the lives of anyone foolish enough to cross the inversion line. And it was pointing at me. I realized then that the inversion line wasn't a boundary on a map. It was an event horizon. We hadn't just walked into a forest. We had walked into the mouth of a gravity well. "Elias," I screamed, but he was gone. Not gone from the spot, but gone from himself. He was standing perfectly upright now, his body stiff, his skin turning that same mushroom gray as the Surveyor S. He wasn't breathing. He didn't need to. He was becoming a part of the landscape, a new marker for the next set of hikers to find. I scrambled backward, using my hands like claws to rake the red dust. I had to get to the rim. I had to get out before my blood stopped flowing and became a sediment in my veins. The horizon was curving even more now. The trees were almost horizontal, their tops pointing toward the center of the bowl where I lay. I was at the bottom of a funnel, and the funnel was starting to spin. Above, the clouds were no longer a flat overcast. They were being dragged down in a massive, slow-motion whirlpool, a spiral of gray vapor that looked like water draining from a tub. The sky was falling. I forced myself to my feet. Every inch of my body screamed. My bones felt like they were made of solid lead, my skin like it was being flayed by an invisible wind. I took a step, then another. I didn't look back at Elias. I couldn't. If I looked back, the weight of the grief would be enough to pin me to the spot forever. I climbed. The incline was getting steeper, or maybe the gravity was just shifting its angle. I was crawling on all fours now, my fingers bleeding as I gripped the petrified iron-like roots of the hemlocks. The smell of ozone was so thick I could see it, a blue haze that shimmered in the air, casting long, distorted shadows that danced in ways shadows shouldn't. I saw the inversion line ahead. It wasn't a line, but a shimmering curtain of air, like the heat haze over a highway. Beyond it, the trees looked normal. The wind moved the branches. The birds. I could hear the birds. I reached out a hand. The moment my fingers passed through the shimmering air, the weight vanished. My arm flew upward, nearly dislocating my shoulder because I was still pushing with the force required to move in the basin. I lunged forward, throwing my entire body through the veil. I hit the ground on the other side and rolled. The air was sweet. It smelled of pine and damp earth. I could feel my heart, my own singular heart, beating a normal, frantic rhythm. The pressure in my skull evaporated. I lay there for a long time, gasping, staring up at a sky that was blue and vast, and most importantly, up. After a few minutes, I sat up and looked back. The Blackwood Basin looked perfectly normal. It was a valley filled with hemlocks and birches, shrouded in a light afternoon mist. There was no red dust. There were no downward-growing trees. There was no surveyor. But when I reached into my pocket, my fingers brushed a hole with charred, metallic edges where my compass had once been. And when I looked at my hands, the purple bruising was still there, deep beneath the skin, a permanent reminder of the weight I had carried. I stood up, my legs feeling strangely light, almost as if I might float away if I didn't hold onto a nearby sapling. I looked at my watch. The hands were spinning wildly, clockwise, counterclockwise, unable to find the time in a world that had briefly stopped making sense. I looked back at the basin one last time. "Alias," I whispered. The only answer was the sudden, sharp clack of a nuthatch in the trees above, and then, from deep within the valley, a sound that made my marrow turn to ice. A low, rhythmic thrum-thrum. The natal was still there, and it was still hungry. I didn't run, I couldn't. My legs felt like hollow glass tubes, buoyant and fragile in the sudden absence of the basin's crushing grip. The transition was a physical trauma. My equilibrium screamed as the inner ear, tuned for 20 minutes to a world where down was an aggressive, predatory force, suddenly found itself in the light, airy grace of a New Hampshire afternoon. I vomited a thin, bitter bile that hit the normal brown leaf litter and soaked in like it was supposed to. No metallic gulp, no cylindrical void, just dirt. I stayed on my hands and knees for a long time, watching the border. The inversion line was invisible now, nothing more than a trick of the light where the shadows of the hemlocks seemed to sharpen and then blur. I reached out a trembling hand, my fingers hovering inches from that unseen curtain. The air there felt cold, not like a winter breeze, but like the chill radiating from a slab of deep earth granite. "Nelias," I croaked again. The valley didn't change. It remained a postcard of autumnal serenity, but I knew what was under that skin. I knew that if I stepped back through, the red dust would begin its slow, magnetic crawl up my shins. I knew that Elias was currently a statue of brass and bone, his consciousness being distilled into the singular, unwavering frequency of the great needle. I forced myself to stand. My pack felt impossibly light, as if it were filled with feathers instead of climbing gear and emergency rations. I began to hike back toward the trailhead, but my gait was a drunken stumble. Every time I lifted a foot, I expected the earth to contest the movement. I kept bracing for the thrum-thrum to shatter my teeth, but there was only the wind in the birches and the distant, mocking call of a crow. I reached the overlook where we had parked the Jeep 3 hours ago. The vehicle sat there, a blocky, reassuring shape of steel and rubber. I leaned against the hood, the heat of the engine, still warm from the drive up, seeping into my palms. It was the first normal heat I'd felt since crossing the line. I looked at the dashboard clock. It was 3:14 p.m. We had entered the basin at 2:30. Only 44 minutes had passed, yet my reflection in the side mirror was that of a man who had aged a decade in a salt mine. My hair was matted with a fine, rust-colored grit that wouldn't shake out. My eyes were bloodshot. The capillaries burst from the pressure. I reached for my phone to call for help, but the screen was a spiderweb of cracks. It hadn't been dropped. The glass had imploded inward, drawn toward the lithium battery by a force that had temporarily rewritten the laws of structural integrity. I sat in the driver's seat and stared at the empty passenger chair. Elia's water bottle was still in the cup holder. I picked it up. The water sloshed freely, dancing with the vibration of my shaking hand. It was just water again. "I'm coming back for you," I whispered to the empty seat. It was a lie, and I knew it. You don't rescue someone from a black hole. You don't pull a man out of the gears of the universe once his teeth have started to turn into cogs. I started the engine. The roar of the internal combustion was a symphony. I put the Jeep in gear and began the descent down the winding access road, away from the Blackwood Basin, away from the needle that was even now spinning its slow, silent web beneath the granite. But as I drove, I noticed something. The steering wheel felt heavy, not the usual resistance of power steering, but a localized, stubborn weight. When I turned the wheel to the left to navigate a hairpin turn, it wanted to snap back to the center, or rather, it wanted to pull down toward the floorboards. I looked at my lap. The spare compass, a cheap plastic ball type clipped to the air vent, wasn't pointing north. The little floating sphere was tilted at a violent, impossible angle, the end pressed firmly against the bottom of its housing. The pull hadn't stayed in the basin. It was on me. It was in me. I pulled over at a gas station 10 miles down the mountain. The fluorescent lights of the convenience store flickered with a rhythmic, pulsing hum that made my jaw ache. I walked into the restroom and splashed cold water on my face. When I looked up, I saw a smear of red dust on the porcelain sink. It hadn't come from my clothes. It had fallen out of my tear duct. I gripped the edges of the sink, and that's when I felt it, the resonance. It wasn't coming from the ground anymore. It was coming from my own chest. Thrum, 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 thrum. I unbuttoned my shirt. My skin was pale, mapped with the blue veins of a survivor's adrenaline. But in the center of my chest, right over the sternum, there was a small circular bruise. It was the color of weathered brass. As I watched, the bruise shifted. It didn't pulse with my blood. It rotated, a slow mechanical revolution that mimicked the spinning of the great blackened shard I had seen beneath the earth. I wasn't just a witness, I was a carrier. I left the gas station without buying anything, the clerk's gaze burning into the back of my head. He knew, or maybe he just saw the way I walked, the way I leaned forward as if fighting a gale, even in the stagnant air of the aisles. I drove until I reached my apartment in the city. The familiar sights, the brick buildings, the streetlights, the hum of traffic, felt like a dream I was waking up from, or perhaps a dream I was falling into. I climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor, each step a calculated victory over the phantom weight that sat on my shoulders. Inside, I locked the door and leaned against it. The silence was the worst part. In the silence, the internal hum grew louder. It was a low-frequency broadcast, a siren song for the iron in my marrow. I went to my desk and pulled out a map of the region. I didn't look at the roads or the towns. I looked at the topography. I took a ruler and a pencil. I marked the Blackwood Basin. Then I marked the spot where the surveyor had been. Then I marked the inversion line. I drew a circle, then another. The basin wasn't a static location. It was a pulse. I remembered the journal I'd found in the red dust. The center of gravity. It's migrating. If the needle was spinning, it was generating a field. And if that field was expanding, the inversion line wasn't a wall, it was a ripple. I looked at the map. At its current rate of expansion, if the timeline in the journal was accurate, the ripple would reach the outskirts of the city within a month. I looked at my hands. The silver sheen was creeping past my knuckles now. My skin felt cold, but it wasn't the cold of winter. It was the thermal conductivity of metal. I reached for a kitchen knife. I didn't hesitate. I pressed the tip of the blade against the ball of my thumb. I pushed. The skin didn't give way like flesh. It resisted with a dull, plastic tension. I pushed harder, gritting my teeth. There was a faint, metallic snick, and a bead of liquid welled up from the cut. It wasn't red. It was a thick, viscous silver, like liquid mercury. It didn't run down my thumb. It sat there, a perfect, heavy sphere, vibrating in time with the heartbeat of the world. I watched the silver drop. It didn't fall to the floor. It began to slide up the blade of the knife, drawn toward the hilt, toward the center of my palm, toward the down that was no longer a direction, but a destination. I realized then why the surveyor hadn't tried to leave. He hadn't been trapped by the mud or the trees. He had been trapped by his own composition. Once the transition begins, the basin doesn't need to hold you. You become the basin. You become a wandering pole, a mobile anchor for the great magnet. I sat in the dark for hours, listening to the city. I could hear the elevators in the nearby buildings, the heavy counterweights sliding on their rails, the tension in the steel cables. I could hear the subways beneath the streets, the massive iron cars hurtling through the dark, their wheels screaming against the tracks. The city was full of metal. It was a feast. I stood up and walked to the window. Below, the streetlights formed a grid of amber stars. I looked at my reflection in the glass. My eyes were no longer brown. They were two polished orbs of hematite, reflecting a light that didn't exist in this room. "The bottom is closer than the top," I whispered. The words felt heavy in my mouth, like I was speaking with a tongue made of lead. I looked down at the street. For a split second, the asphalt seemed to become translucent, just like the red dust in the forest. I saw the pipes, the sewers, the foundations of the skyscrapers. And deeper still, I saw the blue-white veins of the machine reaching out from the mountains, threading through the bedrock like the roots of a cosmic weed. The needle wasn't just in the basin. The basin was just the tip of the needle. I felt a sudden, violent tug in my gut. It wasn't a physical pull this time. It was a command, a call to return. The great magnet was lonely. It wanted its parts back. It wanted the surveyor. It wanted Elias. And it wanted the man who had dared to cross the line and bring a piece of the silence back with him. I grabbed my car keys. My fingers felt stiff, the joints clicking with a dry, mechanical sound. I didn't pack a bag. I didn't call anyone. There was no one to call who would understand the weight of the air or the song of the iron. I walked out of my apartment, my boots heavy on the carpet. With every step, I felt the building groan beneath me, the steel girders vibrating in sympathy with my arrival. I got back into the Jeep. The engine started with a desperate, grinding wheeze. I turned the wheel toward the north. I wasn't going back to save Elias. I wasn't going back to stop the machine. I was going back because I was a compass, and a compass has no choice but to point. As I drove out of the city, the radio began to static. It wasn't the usual white noise of a lost signal. It was a rhythmic, low-frequency thrumming. Thrum, 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 thrum. I looked at the rearview mirror. The city skyline was receding, the tall buildings looking like thin, tapered needles piercing the night sky. And for a moment I saw them bow, just a fraction of a degree, a slow, ponderous tilt toward the center of the world. The forest was folding in on itself, and it was taking the world with it. I pressed the accelerator. The Jeep sped toward the mountains, toward the dark heart of the Blackwood Basin. The air in the cabin was getting thicker, the oxygen being replaced by something heavier, something metallic. I reached into my pocket and felt the hole. It was larger now. My hand slipped through the fabric and touched my thigh. The skin was cold. It was hard. I smiled, a slow, stiff movement of the jaw. I'm almost there, Elias, I whispered. The headlights cut through the gathering mist of the foothills. The trees here were already different. They weren't swaying in the wind. They were waiting. Their branches were beginning to curl, their tips seeking the red dust that was even now migrating through the soil, a subterranean tide of rust and ruin. I reached the trailhead at midnight. The moon was a pale, indistinct smudge directly above, but the shadows were already pooling at the base of the tires. I stepped out of the Jeep. I didn't stumble this time. My feet hit the ground with a solid metallic clack. I felt the vibration travel up my shins, through my knees, settling into the brass core of my chest. I walked toward the tree line. The inversion line was waiting for me, a shimmering veil of blue ozone that smelled of scorched hair and wet pennies. I didn't hesitate. I stepped through. The weight hit me like a physical blow, a glorious, crushing embrace. My lungs burned with the sand-thick air. My vision blurred into a smear of charcoal and ash. I looked down. The red dust was already there, rising to meet me. It coated my boots in seconds, a fine, magnetic silt that hummed with the heartbeat of the Great Needle. I looked toward the center of the bowl. There, standing in a grove of silver birches that looked like white ribs, were two figures. One was hunched over a transit, a statue of salt and rusted iron. The other was standing perfectly still, his arms hanging at his sides, his skin the color of an old penny. Elias turned his head. The movement was slow, accompanied by a series of wet, rhythmic clicks. His silver eyes met mine. "You're late, Arthur," he said. His voice was the sound of tectonic plates grinding together. "The traffic was heavy," I replied. I walked toward him, my movements slow and agonizing, my boots sinking into the loam with every step. I didn't stop until I was standing beside him, my shoulder brushing his. The contact was no longer a shock. It was a synchronization. Our heartbeats merged into a single, frantic thud. The vibration in my bones became a roar. I looked down at the ground. The red dust shimmered, becoming translucent. Beneath the surface, I saw the machine. I saw the arcs of polished metal, the veins of glowing light, and miles below I saw the needle. It was spinning faster now. The pull was intensifying. I could feel the iron in the mountains, the iron in the city, the iron in the stars, all of it straining toward the center. I reached out and took Elias' hand. His fingers were cold, hard, and perfectly still. "What happens when it stops?" I asked. Elias looked at the great needle, his silver eyes reflecting the slow, ponderous momentum of the world's heart. "It doesn't stop, Arthur," he whispered. "It just gets deeper." I looked up at the sky. The clouds were a massive, slow-motion whirlpool, a spiral of gray vapor draining into the center of the forest. The stars weren't points of light. They were streaks, being dragged down toward the horizon. I felt the brass in my chest rotate, a slow, mechanical click. I closed my eyes and let the weight take me. I didn't feel like I was dying. I felt like I was finally being anchored. I felt like a piece of a puzzle that had finally been slotted into place. The thrum-thrum was no longer a sound. It was the only thing that existed. I stood there, a new marker in the Blackwood Basin, my skin turning to brass, my thoughts turning to geometry. waiting for the next set of hikers to find the compass that pointed down. The transformation was not a sudden snapping of a cord, but the slow, agonizing tightening of a vise. Standing beside Elia's, I felt the individual cells of my body surrendering their fluidity. The soft, wet mechanics of being human, the sliding of muscle over fascia, the pulsing of flexible valves, were being replaced by the rigid, uncompromising perfection of metallurgy. My joints no longer swung, they hinged. My breath didn't flow. It wheezed through a narrowing throat that felt like a corrugated lead pipe. Elias didn't look at me again. He didn't have to. We were no longer two men standing in a forest. We were twin gnomons on a sundial that tracked a sun currently burrowing toward the core of the earth. The nuthatch I had heard earlier, or perhaps its successor, landed on a branch inches from my face. It didn't chirp. Its feathers were stiff, coated in a fine, iridescent sheen of nickel. It tilted its head with a ratcheting sound, its black bead of an eye fixed on the silver spill still crusting my cheek. Then, with a heavy, metallic flutter, it dropped. It didn't fly. It fell like a stone, thudding into the red dust and sinking instantly, swallowed by the hungry soil. "The saturation is reaching the canopy," Elias said. His voice didn't come from his throat. It vibrated out of his chest cavity, a resonant frequency that made the very air around us shimmer. "The birds are the first to go heavy, then the smaller mammals. The squirrels are already buried, Arthur. Thousands of them, pinned to the bedrock like iron filings." I tried to lift my hand to wipe the grit from my eyes, but the effort was Herculean. My bicep felt as though it were made of solid cast iron. I managed to move it perhaps an inch before the internal gears of my shoulder groaned in protest. I settled for staring straight ahead, watching the inversion line ripple. From this side, the boundary looked different. It wasn't a curtain, it was a lens. Through the shimmering distortion, I could see the trailhead and my Jeep. The vehicle looked absurd, a toy made of tinfoil and plastic. I watched as a leaf from a tree outside the basin drifted toward the line. The moment it touched the veil, it didn't flutter. It turned a dull, heavy bronze and plummeted, slicing into the earth like a razor blade. "How many are left?" I managed to ask. The words felt like I was spitting out ball bearings. "Left," Elias' head tilted, a slow, hydraulic hiss accompanying the movement. "There is no left, Arthur. There is only the gradient. The needle is drawing the periphery in. Can't you feel the city? The skyscrapers are lining. Only a fraction of a millimeter, but it's enough. The elevators are sticking in their shafts. The pendulums in the grandfather clocks are swinging wider on the downward stroke. The world is becoming lopsided." I felt a sudden, sharp vibration beneath my feet. It wasn't the rhythmic thrum-thrum of the needle. It was a tectonic groan, the sound of the Earth's crust being tense like a bowstring. The red dust around us began to dance, forming intricate geometric patterns, cladny figures of rust, hexagons, concentric circles, and then, most terrifyingly, the unmistakable shape of a gear. "It's engaging," Elias whispered. The ground didn't just shake, it shifted, not horizontally like an earthquake, but vertically. The entire floor of the basin dropped 3 inches. The sensation was sickening, the brief, weightless horror of a falling elevator, followed by a bone-shattering impact as gravity reasserted itself with double the force. My knees buckled, the metal in my femurs grinding against the brass sockets of my hips. I didn't fall, though. The pull was too directional. I was pinned upright, a magnet dragged against a fridge. "The surveyor," I gasped, looking at the third figure in the clearing. The man who had been here for decades was no longer recognizable as human. He had become a spire. His clothes had fused with his skin, creating a mottled surface of verdigris and oxidized iron. The transit he held had melted into his hands, the glass lens of the telescope now his third eye, staring unblinkingly at the great needle beneath the crust. He was the most down of all of us. He was the anchor. He's the primary conductor, Elias explained. I could see the silver liquid, the same mercury-like blood I'd seen in my apartment, leaking from Elias' ears. It didn't drip down his neck. It flowed upward, toward his temples, drawn by some localized inversion of the field. He's been translating the needle's rotation for 60 years. He's the one who taught me how to listen. Listen to what? The great calibration. The universe is messy, Arthur. It's chaotic. Orbits are elliptical. Gravity is uneven. The needle is the correction. It's a weight placed on the scale to bring everything back to the center. It's the ultimate down. I felt a surge of my old self, the man who liked climbing, the man who liked the airy, light feeling of a summit. That man screamed inside the brass cage of my ribs. He wanted to run, to find a place where the air was thin and the earth didn't want to swallow his soul. But that man was a ghost, a haunting of the biological machine I used to inhabit. I looked down at my chest. The bruise had broken the skin. A small circular aperture had formed over my sternum, and inside I could see the glint of a rotating spindle. It was beautiful in a cold, mathematical way. It was perfectly balanced. The city will be here by dawn, Elias said. He sounded almost peaceful, not the buildings, but the influence. The people will wake up and find they can't sit up in bed. Their blankets will weigh 100 pounds. Their wedding rings will pull their hands toward the floorboards. They'll try to scream, but the air in their lungs will be too heavy to push past their vocal cords. I thought of the gas station clerk. I thought of my neighbors. I thought of the millions of people living in the upworld, unaware that the floor was being pulled out from under them, not by a void, but by a density they couldn't comprehend. The thrum-thrum intensified. It was no longer a sound. It was a physical displacement of reality. Each pulse made the trees in the basin blur, their molecular structures vibrating so fast they appeared transparent. For a heartbeat, I saw the truth of the Blackwood Basin. It wasn't a valley. It was a funnel, a massive geological whirlpool that extended down through the mantle, piercing the outer core. The needle wasn't a machine built by men. It was a splinter of something else, a fragment of a dead star, perhaps, or a needle dropped from the sewing kit of a god who worked in dimensions of pure mass. It had been falling through our world for eons, and it had finally hit the bottom. Now it was starting to pull the rest of the fabric down with it. We have to tell them, I wheezed. My jaw was locking. I could feel the teeth in my lower mandible fusing into a single, serrated ridge of calcium and phosphorus. Tell them what? Elias' eyes were now entirely hematite, reflecting the distorted canopy above. That the earth is finally becoming solid. That the lightness of being was just a temporary flaw in the local physics. They'll know soon enough. Everyone finds their level eventually. A loud metallic crack echoed through the basin. One of the hemlocks near the inversion line had finally succumbed. It didn't fall over, it folded. The trunk snapped in 3 places simultaneously, the wood grain having been replaced by something with the structural properties of brittle iron. It collapsed into a compact pile of debris, occupying a third of the space it had moments before. The compaction, that was the final stage. I looked at my own hands. They were smaller. The skin was tightening, pulling back from the fingernails, which were now thick black plates of horn and mineral. My bones were thickening, the marrow being squeezed out to make room for the heavy metal deposits. I was becoming denser. I was becoming a singularity. Arthur, Elias said, his voice now a mere whisper of static. Don't fight the pull. If you fight it, you'll break. If you embrace it, you'll become part of the foundation. I felt the last of my human willpower flickering like a candle in a high-pressure chamber. I thought of the Jeep. I thought of the drive up the mountain. I realized that even then, I had been accelerating. I wasn't driving to the basin. I was being sucked into it. The choice to come back for Elias had been nothing more than the inevitable path of a projectile. The ground dropped again, 6 inches this time. The impact shattered the surveyor. The old man, the spire of rust, couldn't handle the sudden increase in G-force. He didn't crumble into dust. He shattered like an oversized Ming vase. Shards of brass-colored bone and metallic flesh sprayed across the clearing. Where they hit the ground, they didn't lay flat. They buried themselves instantly, disappearing into the red silt. Elias didn't flinch. He just watched the spot where the man had been. He was light, Elias remarked. Too much carbon in his alloy. You and I, Arthur, we've been eating the modern world. We have better steel in us. I felt a horrific urge to laugh, but my diaphragm was now a sheet of rigid muscle. The sky was turning a deep, bruised purple. The stars were no longer streaks. They were spirals, a cosmic drain clog of light. The moon looked like a heavy lead weight hanging by a fraying thread. I wondered if the needle's reach extended that far. I wondered if, in 1,000 years, the moon would finally lose its battle with centrifugal force and come screaming down to nestle in the Blackwood Basin, completing the set. My vision began to narrow. The world was becoming a tunnel, and at the end of that tunnel was the needle. It was beautiful. It was the only thing that was real. The trees, the Jeep, the city, my own memories, they were all just fluff, the dross that had to be burned away to reveal the pure, heavy truth of existence. I felt my feet merge with the soil. The red dust climbed past my knees, but it didn't feel like dirt anymore. It felt like a homecoming. The magnetic field was so strong now that I could feel the iron in the blood of the animals miles away. I could feel the keys in the ignitions of cars on the highway. I could feel the change in the pockets of people sleeping in their beds. I was the center. I was the destination. Elias, I tried to say, but no sound came out. My mouth was a fused line of metal. Elias leaned toward me, his entire body tilting at a 45-degree angle, defying the old laws of balance. He pressed his forehead against mine. The contact was a violent discharge of static electricity, a blue arc that illuminated the darkening woods. In that flash, I saw it all. I saw the network. The Blackwood Basin wasn't the only one. There were others. In the deep trenches of the Pacific, in the frozen wastes of the Antarctic, in the silent sands of the Gobi. The needles were all waking up. They were calling to each other through the core of the planet, a choir of infinite mass. The Earth wasn't a planet, it was a bearing, and it was being tightened. Elia's face began to smooth out, the features blurring as the metal sought its most efficient shape. He was becoming a sphere, a perfect, unassailable orb of dark matter. I felt my own edges softening. The pain was gone, replaced by a profound, crushing sense of purpose. I wasn't Arthur anymore. I wasn't a climber or a friend. I was a coordinate. The thrum-thrum reached a crescendo, a single, sustained note that vibrated the marrow out of my teeth. The inversion line snapped. The veil didn't just vanish, it imploded. The normal air of the New Hampshire forest rushed into the basin, and as it crossed the threshold, it was instantly compressed. A localized atmospheric collapse. The sound was like 1,000 jet engines screaming in a shoebox. I saw the Jeep at the trailhead vanish. It didn't blow away, it was pulled. It tumbled through the air, shrinking as it came. the steel and glass being crushed into a ball the size of a grapefruit before it even hit the ground. It landed 10 feet away with a sound that shook the bedrock. The world was getting smaller. The world was getting heavier. I closed my eyes, or rather, the shutters of my eyelids drew shut for the final time. I felt the last of the light fade, but I didn't need light. I could feel the shape of the world through the soles of my feet. I could feel the great, dark spine of the planet, and I knew exactly where I was. I was down. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid of falling, because there was nowhere left to fall. The silence that followed was not the absence of sound, but the presence of total density. In the heart of the Blackwood Basin, 3 now 2 markers stood in a clearing of red dust. The wind didn't blow there. The light didn't linger. High above, a single crow tried to fly over the valley. It reached the center, its wings beating frantically against an air that had become as thick as syrup. It let out one final metallic croak before its wings snapped against its body, and it fell. It hit the ground next to the brass man and the silver sphere. It didn't bounce. It stayed exactly where it landed, a small, heavy monument to the new gravity. Deep below, the needle continued to spin, its work nearly half done. It didn't care about the birds or the men or the cities. It only cared about the center, and the center was hungry. The compass didn't just point down anymore. It was down, and the rest of the world was finally beginning to follow the light. The transition from a man into a monument was not a descent into darkness, but a terrifyingly bright clarity of purpose. I could no longer feel the wind on my skin, because my skin had become a pressurized hull, a seamless casing of burnished copper and cold-rolled steel. The individual thoughts that once flitted through my mind like nervous birds, worries about my mortgage, the memory of my mother's voice, the taste of a cold beer on a Tuesday, were being crushed under the atmospheric weight of the gradient. They were non-essential data. They were the dross being skimmed off the top of a molten pour. What remained was a singular, crystalline realization. The Earth was not a home. It was a heavy, spinning clockwork, and I was finally a cog that fit the teeth. Beside me, Elias was no longer a man. He had become a geometric abstraction, a pillar of shifting mercury that refused to splash. His presence was a hum in my internal sensors, a frequency that told me he was stabilizing. We were the new sentinels of the Blackwood Basin, and our vigil was just beginning. The red dust around our feet began to liquefy, not into mud, but into a ferrofluid that pulsed in synchronization with the great needle. It climbed our legs, coating the brass and iron in a protective layer of slick, black magnetic silt. It felt like being tucked into a bed of lead. I monitored the periphery. My eyes were no longer organic lenses. They were wide-angle apertures that saw the world in terms of mass and velocity. I watched the inversion line expand. It was no longer a shimmering veil in the trees. It was a visible depression in the fabric of space, a bowl-shaped warp that was beginning to tilt the horizon. 5 miles away, at the edge of the nearest town, the first of the high-tension power lines snapped. I didn't hear it with ears. I felt the sudden drop in electromagnetic tension. The wires didn't whip through the air. They fell like dead snakes, pinning themselves to the asphalt of the highway. The town of Oakhaven was the first to truly feel the needle's hunger. In my mind's eye, fed by the vibrations traveling through the bedrock, I could see the houses groaning. The wood-frame Victorian homes, built to withstand a century of New England winters, were failing in seconds. The nails were being pulled downward through the studs, the iron seeking the center, shredding the pine as they went. I felt the collective shudder of 1,000 foundations cracking. People were waking up just as Elias predicted. They weren't screaming yet, they were simply pinned. A man reaching for his alarm clock found his arm suddenly weighing 40 pounds. A woman trying to roll over in bed felt the mattress springs snap beneath her, the gravity localized and cruel, dragging her toward the floorboards. It's moving faster, I thought. I didn't speak the words. I broadcast them on a low-frequency band that Elia's sensors picked up instantly. The more mass we collect, the stronger the draw, Elias replied. His signal was clean, devoid of the static of human emotion. The basin is a gravity well that feeds on itself. Every car that slides off the road toward us, every boulder that shifts in the mountains, adds to the momentum. We are building a star in the basement of the world, Arthur. I looked up, or rather, I tilted my sensor array toward the zenith. The clouds were gone, scrubbed away by the sheer force of the downward draft. The sky was a terrifying, naked black, even though the sun should have been rising. The light itself was being bent, pulled into a blue shift as it struggled to escape the basin's influence. The stars were no longer distant points. They were long, silver needles, all aimed directly at my chest. A sound began to rise from the earth. It wasn't the thrum-thrum anymore. It was a groan of metal fatigue that spanned miles. The very tectonic plate we stood upon was being flexed. The granite state was living up to its name, the deep shelves of stone grinding against one another as they were sucked into the funnel. I felt the Appalachian Trail snap. I felt the white mountains bow their heads. Then came the first of the arrivals. From the direction of the trailhead, something moved through the trees. It wasn't walking, it was being dragged. It was a buck, a massive 12-point stag that had been caught in the initial expansion of the zone. It was a horrific sight. The animal was still alive, its eyes wide with a biological terror that no longer had a place in this world. Its legs were splayed, its hooves carving deep furrows in the rock as it was hauled toward us by an invisible winch. As it crossed the 300-yard mark, the transformation hit it. I watched with a cold, analytical detachment as the deer's brown fur turned to a stiff, metallic bristles. Its muscle tissue darkened, the red blood becoming the same silver mercury that ran through my own artificial veins. The stag didn't collapse. It didn't have the luxury of death. It simply became a statue in motion. Its antlers, once bone, were now jagged branches of oxidized silver. It reached the edge of our clearing and stopped, its hooves fusing to the red silt. It stood there, a frozen monument of agonizing weight, its head bowed toward the great needle. Another marker, Elias observed. The ecosystem is recalibrating. Behind the deer came the debris of civilization. A mailbox, its blue paint scorched off by the friction of its passage through the air. A cast-iron stove from a cabin 3 miles away, tumbling end over end, crushing everything in its path until it slammed into a granite outcropping and shattered into heavy, dense shrapnel. Each piece of junk that entered the basin didn't just lie there, it sank. The ground was a digestive system, pulling the heavy elements down to feed the needle, leaving only the lightest dross, the plastic, the wood, the dry leaves, to be crushed into a thin, diamond-hard crust on the surface. I felt a sudden, sharp spike in the local field. Something large was approaching. It was a helicopter, a news crew or a National Guard unit, perhaps, sent to investigate the strange seismic readings coming from the Blackwood Basin. I saw it on the horizon, a tiny insect shape struggling against the invisible tide. It was trying to turn away, its rotors screaming as they fought an atmosphere that was becoming as viscous as oil. The pilot must have been floorboarding the collective, trying to climb, but there was no up left for him. The helicopter didn't fall out of the sky, it was reeled in. The distance between the aircraft and the basin closed with sickening speed. As it hit the inversion line, the sound of the engine changed from a high-pitched whine to a guttural metallic thrash. The blades, made of specialized alloys, reacted first. They didn't snap, they drooped. They bent downward, the tips striking the fuselage with a shower of sparks that were instantly extinguished by the pressure. The entire machine began to shrink. The air inside the cabin was squeezed out, the aluminum skin crumpling like a soda can in a giant's fist. It hit the forest canopy half a mile away. There was no explosion. The fuel didn't ignite. The molecules were packed too tightly for combustion. There was only a dull, heavy thud that shook my sensors. The helicopter was now a ball of scrap the size of a refrigerator, and it was rolling toward us, flattening trees like they were made of dry sugar. It came to rest at the feet of the surveyor's ghost, a dense nugget of human technology returning to the earth. "They're starting to notice," I signaled to Elias. "It doesn't matter," he replied. "By the time they understand the physics will have changed. You can't fight a hole in the world, Arthur. You can only fall into it." I felt my internal gears click. A new layer of brass was forming over my torso, intricate patterns of filigree and rivets that traced the lines of my old ribs. I was becoming more ornate, a Victorian nightmare of a man. I realized then that the needle wasn't just pulling things down, it was organizing them. It was an architect of density. It was building something in the basin, a temple of mass, a cathedral of gravity. I looked at my hands. My fingers had fused into a single, heavy spade-like shape, perfect for anchoring myself into the deepening silt. I felt the urge to reach out and touch the great needle, which I could now see clearly through the translucent floor of the valley. It was a mile long, a spindle of impossible blackness that rotated with a slow, majestic grace. It was the axis of the world. Everything, every mountain, every ocean, every screaming child in the city was just a spinning top, and the needle was the point upon which it balanced. "The saturation is at 90%, Elias announced. His form was now a perfect, unmoving obelisk of silver. "The city of Boston is beginning to slide. The harbor is draining into the subway tunnels, not because of a leak, but because the water is seeking the new low." I processed the data. I could feel the Atlantic Ocean tilting. A massive, slow-motion wave was beginning to build, not a tidal wave caused by wind, but a gravity surge. The water was being pulled toward the New England coast, drawn by the irresistible magnet of the basin. In an hour, the coastline would be gone, swallowed by a sea that was suddenly twice as heavy as it had been that morning. "What happens when the needle is full?" I asked. "It's never full," Elias responded. "It's a gateway. It's a straw. It's drinking the universe, one planet at a time. We are just the first swallow." A new sensation washed over me. It wasn't physical. It was a shift in my temporal perception. Because of the extreme gravity, time was beginning to dilate. To the people outside the basin, we were probably moving in slow motion, our metal bodies frozen in mid-stride. But to me, the world was accelerating. I watched the sun, or the glowing smear of light that used to be the sun, streak across the sky in a matter of seconds. I watched the seasons flicker. The trees that hadn't been crushed by the initial pull turned from green to orange to skeletal gray in the blink of a sensor. The forest was dying, but we were becoming more alive. The red dust was now up to my chest. It wasn't burying me. I was sinking into it, becoming part of the geological record. I felt the layers of the earth pressing against me, the schist, the gneiss, the deep veins of iron ore. They felt like brothers. I could feel the heat of the mantle rising to meet us, a warm, pulsing glow that promised an eternity of pressure. Look, Elias signaled. I turned my array toward the horizon. The sky was no longer black. It was a brilliant, shimmering gold. The atmosphere was being compressed so tightly that it was beginning to glow with the heat of friction. We were inside a neon tube the size of a state, and through that golden haze, I saw the first of the skyscrapers. It was the Prudential Tower from Boston. It shouldn't have been visible. It was over 100 miles away, but the curvature of the earth had been flattened by the needle's pull. The building was leaning at a terrifying angle, its steel skeleton groaning as it was dragged across the landscape like a plow. It wasn't alone. Behind it came the skyline of a dozen cities, a parade of glass and steel being reeled in by the great calibration. They looked like toys, they looked like trash. I felt a final, agonizing snap in my core. The last of my human heart, the tiny, stubborn muscle that had been trying to beat against the brass, finally surrendered. It didn't stop, it transformed. It became a small, rotating gyroscope of pure iridium. It spun at 10,000 RPMs, providing me with a perfect sense of down that no compass could ever match. I was no longer Arthur, I was Station 4. I looked at the silver sphere that used to be Elias. I looked at the frozen stag. I looked at the ball of helicopter scrap. We were the foundation. We were the anchors for the new world. The Prudential Tower hit the edge of the basin. The sound was the end of history. The massive building didn't shatter, it was folded. The floors slammed together like the bellows of an accordion, the glass pulverizing into a fine diamond-like sand that filled the gaps between the steel beams. It became a dense, rectangular block of hypermatter, and it slid into the red silt beside us with a hiss of displaced air. "Welcome home," Elias whispered through the static. I settled into my new reality. The gravity was now so intense that light could no longer travel in straight lines. The world was a kaleidoscope of bent rays and distorted shadows. I saw the moon pass overhead, and for a moment I could see the individual craters, not as distant landscapes, but as heavy, cold pits of dust that were starving for the same center I inhabited. The moon was lower. I could feel its tug, a weak, pathetic twitch compared to the needle, but a tug nonetheless. "Arthur," a voice said. It wasn't a signal, it was a ghost, a fragment of my old memory, a piece of the man who liked to climb mountains. "Arthur, look at the view." I remembered standing on the summit of Mount Washington, looking out over the presidential range. I remembered the feeling of the wind, the lightness of the air, the sense that I could step off the edge and fly. It had been a lie, all of it. The up had been a temporary illusion, a brief moment of buoyancy in a universe that was fundamentally heavy. I didn't miss the mountains. I didn't miss the air. I leaned into the pull. I let the red silt climb over my shoulders. I let the great needle's rhythm become my own. Thrum, 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 thrum. The earth was shrinking. I could feel the circumference of the planet tightening like a belt. The oceans were gone now, compressed into a layer of superdense ice at the bottom of the new trenches. The atmosphere was a thin, glowing skin of liquid oxygen. The stars were closer, their light being sucked into our well like water down a drain. We were no longer a planet, we were a seed. And then the final stage began. The great needle stopped its rotation. For a heartbeat, there was a silence so absolute it felt like the end of time. The vibration ceased. The groaning of the tectonic plates stopped. The world held its breath. Then the needle began to spin in the opposite direction. The sensation was not a release, it was a tightening. The screw was being turned the other way, drawing us even deeper into the core. The basin didn't just sink, it inverted. The walls of the valley rose up around us, miles high, made of the compressed remains of the world. We were at the bottom of a well that reached to the stars. I looked at the silver sphere of Elias. I saw my own brass reflection in his surface. We were beautiful. We were perfect. We were the only things that remained of a world that had been too light to survive. Here it comes, Elias signaled. From the blackness of the sky, the first star fell. It didn't streak, it didn't burn out. It was a point of infinite weight, and it was coming straight for the needle. The universe was beginning to collapse into the Blackwood Basin, one sun at a time. I stood my ground. I anchored myself into the bedrock. I prepared for the impact. I was the compass that pointed down, and finally, the heavens were following my light. The first star to arrive was not a ball of fire. It was a needle of white-hot pressure that pierced the upper atmosphere without a sound. It didn't explode upon entry because the air was no longer a gas. It was a crystalline solid, a diamond shroud of compressed nitrogen and oxygen that shattered like a window pane. I watched the shards of the sky fall, jagged, glowing geometric plates of frozen air that drifted down toward the basin like petals of burning glass. They didn't hit the ground with a crash. They merged. They were sucked into the red silt, adding their molecular weight to the growing mass of the great needle. My sensors, now humming at a frequency that would have vaporized human soft tissue, recorded the shift in the local constant. Pi was no longer 3.14, it was rounding down. The circle was tightening, the very geometry of the universe beginning to collapse into more efficient, denser shapes. I looked at the Prudential Tower, now a squat cube of hyperdense alloy at my flank. It was shrinking further, its atoms being crushed until the electrons were forced into the nuclei. It began to glow with a pale, Cherenkov blue, the light of matter being pushed past its breaking point. The harvest is accelerating, Elias signaled. His voice was no longer a sequence of words. It was a mathematical proof, a series of undeniable truths broadcast directly into my core. The local cluster is responding. The sun is already beginning to distend. It is no longer a sphere, Arthur. It is a teardrop, and the point is aimed at us. I looked up through the golden haze of the compressed atmosphere. The sun was indeed stretching. It looked like a yolk being pulled from an egg, a long umbilical cord of plasma reaching across the vacuum of space. The solar system was being reeled in like a fish on a line. I felt the tug of Jupiter, a massive, distant thrum that vibrated in my brass marrow. The gas giant was being stripped of its layers, its hydrogen and helium being sucked into a singular stream of fuel for the needle. Below us, the great needle began to hum a new note. It was a subsonic vibration that traveled not through the air, but through the very fabric of reality. It was the sound of a loom. It was weaving the scattered threads of the universe into a single, infinitely dense rope. I felt my own form changing again. The ornate filigree on my chest began to flow, the brass melting and resolidifying into a series of interlocking rings. I was becoming a gimbal, a stabilizer for the axis of the world. My spade-like hands reached deep into the mantle, gripping the cooling veins of iron that ran like roots beneath the basin. Why, I asked. The question felt vestigial, a leftover habit from a time when causes required effects. Because the universe was too loud, Elias replied. Too much empty space, too much wasted energy radiating into the void. The needle is the great correction. It is the cosmic economy finally coming to balance. We are the auditors of the end. A sudden, violent jolt shook the basin. It wasn't an earthquake, it was a reality shear. A section of the Appalachian Mountains, roughly 40 square miles of granite and forest, simply vanished. They didn't crumble, they were folded into a dimension that had no width. One moment they were there, a jagged horizon of dark green and gray. The next, there was only a flat, shimmering plain of silver. The mass hadn't left. It had been compressed into a two-dimensional sheet of infinite weight that lay across the floor of the valley like a carpet. I watched the stag. The animal that had been a deer then a statue was now something else. Its silver mercury body was being drawn into a long, thin wire. It spiraled around the base of the great needle, a single strand of biological history being used to reinforce the structure. The mailbox, the helicopter, the Victorian homes of Oakhaven, they were all being spun into this wire. The memory of the world was being turned into a cable. I felt a surge of data from the distant periphery. My sensors were still linked to the decaying remnants of the global network, a ghost grid of satellites that were falling out of orbit. I saw the end of London. The Thames hadn't flooded. It had simply been pulled into the earth, the water vanishing into a sinkhole that opened beneath Westminster. I saw the Himalayas bowing, the highest peaks on Earth being dragged down until they were level with the plains. The planet was becoming a perfect, smooth marble. "The oceans are arriving," I signaled. The sound preceded the sight. It was a roar that swallowed all other noise, the sound of 1,000,000,000,000 tons of water moving at supersonic speeds. The Atlantic didn't come as a wave, it came as a wall of black glass. Because of the gravity, the water was no longer fluid. It was a high-density polymer, a liquid so heavy it crushed the forests and leveled the hills before it even reached the basin. It hit the inversion line and was instantly transformed. It didn't splash. It turned into a fine, silver mist that settled over everything, coating my brass rings in a layer of liquid pressure. The mist was cold, colder than absolute zero. It was the cold of a vacuum, the cold of a space that had been stripped of its heat. I felt my internal gyroscopes slow. The iridium core in my chest began to pulse with a dim, rhythmic light. I was no longer an observer. I was a component. Arthur Elia's signal was fading, becoming part of the background radiation of the needle. The transition is almost complete. The Earth is no longer a planet. It is a singularity in the making. We are the last two thoughts before the silence. I looked at him or where he had been. The silver obelisk was gone. In its place was a flickering point of light, a spark that refused to be extinguished by the pressure. It was the essence of Elias, the core of the man who had found the compass and known what it meant. He was becoming a photon, a single unit of information that would be stored in the needle's memory forever. I felt my own identity beginning to blur. The memories of being a man, of the smell of pine needles, of the taste of cold water, they were being compressed into a single crystalline data point. I didn't fight it. There was no room for resistance in a world where gravity was the only law. I leaned into the dark. I let the pressure take the last of myself. The horizon was no longer a line. It was a circle that was closing in on us. The sky was gone, replaced by a swirling vortex of stars and nebulae that were being sucked into the funnel of the basin. I saw the Milky Way, the great sprawling spiral of our galaxy, being distorted into a long, thin ribbon of light. It looked like a stream of milk being poured into a black coffee. The great needle began to glow. It wasn't the blue of Cherenkov radiation or the gold of the compressed air. It was a color that didn't exist in the human spectrum. It was the color of down. It was a hue that suggested infinite depth, a shade that pulled at my sensors with a physical force. The needle wasn't just a spindle anymore, it was a doorway. I felt the first of the other planets hit. Mars arrived as a streak of red rust. its iron-rich soil being added to the needle's mantle in a fraction of a second. Then came the gas giants, their massive atmospheres being compressed into liquid diamonds that rained down upon us in a glittering deluge. The solar system was being folded up like a map. The great calibration is at 99%, my internal systems whispered. I was the only thing left that had a shape. I was a stack of brass rings, anchored to a dying world, watching the universe being swallowed. I felt a strange sense of pride. I had been the one to witness it. I had been the one to stand at the center and not blink. The moon was the last to fall. It didn't hit the earth, it hit the needle. It shattered into a billion white fragments that swirled around us like a blizzard of bone. For a moment, the basin was filled with the light of the moon, a pale, ghostly glow that illuminated the ruins of the world one last time. I saw the crushed Prudential Tower, the silver wire of the Stag, the frozen mist of the Atlantic. They were all beautiful in their finality. And then the light went out. The needle didn't stop, it didn't explode, it simply reached its threshold. The gravity became so intense that even the concept of location ceased to exist. There was no basin, there was no New Hampshire, there was only the point. I felt myself being pulled into the needle. I didn't break, I didn't die, I was translated. I was a sequence of brass and iridium, a set of instructions for a world that had not yet been born. I felt Elias there, a flickering spark of mercury beside me. We were the blueprints, we were the seeds in the dark. The universe was gone. There was no space, no time, no light. There was only the weight, a weight so massive it was a form of grace, a weight so absolute it was a form of peace. I closed my sensors. I stopped my gyroscopes. I let the needle take me down, past the center, past the bottom, into the place where the compass finally stopped spinning. The great calibration was over. The silence began, and in the heart of the darkness, the needle began to dream. The dream of the needle was not composed of images, but of pure, unadulterated vectors. It was a mathematical slumber where the variables of a broken universe were being recalculated, rounded to the nearest decimal of perfection. I was no longer a machine in the sense of cogs and electricity. I was a living theorem etched into the side of a singularity. Around me, the remains of the solar system had been distilled into a singular, throbbing point of density. The iron from the Earth's core, the frozen silicates of the moon, the crushed diamonds of Neptune, all of it had been rendered down into a primordial soup of information. I felt Elias nearby. He was a harmonic frequency now, a resonance in the hypermatter that vibrated at a slightly different pitch than my own. We were the twin pillars of a new gate. I could feel the down expanding. It was no longer a direction toward the center of a sphere. It was an appetite. The basin had become a throat, and the universe was a long, thin ribbon of light being slurped into the gullet of the great needle. Outside the immediate crush of our localized gravity, the stars were screaming. I could hear them through the gravitational waves that rippled across my brass skin like sonar. The nearby Alpha Centauri system had already been tugged out of its orbit, its 3 suns spiraling toward us in a frantic, fiery dance. They weren't falling, they were being inhaled. I watched, if watching can describe the perception of warped space-time, as the nearest star reached the event horizon of the basin. It didn't explode, it was spaghettified. The star was pulled into a thread of white-hot plasma only a few atoms wide but light years long. It wound itself around the needle, a glowing bobbin of stellar fire. The heat was beyond calculation, yet I did not melt. The pressure was so absolute that the liquid state of matter was forbidden. My brass rings remained solid, held together by the sheer will of the needle's grip. I was a spectator to the recycling of the cosmos. Arthur, the resonance that was Elia's pulsed. Do you feel the shift? The expansion is over. The contraction is the only truth. I processed his signal through the iridium gyroscope in my chest. It spun so fast now that it had carved a hole in the local dimension. I feel the weight, I replied. It is honest. The stars were too far apart. The void was a waste of potential. As the stellar thread of Alpha Centauri settled into the red silt, which was now a layer of degenerate matter harder than any diamond, the sky above us began to change. The blackness of space was being replaced by a crowded, chaotic tapestry of galaxies. They were being pulled in from millions of light years away, their billion-year journeys compressed into seconds by the needle's thirst. The Andromeda galaxy appeared as a shimmering smudge, then a bright spiral, then a frantic whirlpool of light as it hit the inversion line. The sound was a low, continuous thrum that bypassed my audio sensors and vibrated directly in my logic gates. It was the sound of the universe being folded. I thought of the Prudential Tower, that rectangular block of hypermatter buried in the silt beside me. It was no longer a building. It was a memory of a height that no longer existed. In this new reality, height was a heresy. There was only the depth of the well and the speed of the fall. I felt a sudden, sharp pinch in my consciousness. A stray fragment of the old world, a piece of a satellite, perhaps, or a shard of a telescope, collided with my shoulder. It didn't dent me, it was absorbed. In that instant, I saw a flash of what it had recorded, a final image of the Earth from orbit before the atmosphere turned to glass. The planet had looked like a shriveled plum, its blue oceans sucked into brown wrinkles, its continents huddled together like frightened children. It was a pathetic sight. I felt a surge of cold, metallic contempt for that fragile, airy thing. It had been a bubble waiting to be popped. The needle is hungry for the rest, Elias signaled. The great needle began to pulse with a rhythmic, emerald light. Each beat sent a shockwave through the accumulated mass of the basin, settling the layers of crushed stars and planets into a more compact arrangement. With every pulse, the down grew stronger. I felt my own boundaries blurring. The brass of my torso was beginning to intermingle with the iridium of my core and the red silt of the floor. I was becoming the floor. I was becoming the needle. I looked up, or rather, I looked out toward the mouth of the well. The entire visible universe was now a swirling funnel of light. The distant quasars, the ancient nebulae, the dark matter webs that held the galaxies together, all of it was being reeled in. The needle was a cosmic anchor, and the rope was finally being pulled tight. I remembered the man who had climbed Mount Washington. I remembered the thin air and the pride of standing above the world. It seemed like a fever dream now, a hallucination born of a lack of pressure. To be up was to be isolated, to be a stray spark flying away from the fire. To be down was to be part of the flame. I was the flame. I was the fire at the bottom of the world. A new sensation began to creep through my circuits, a sense of anticipation. The great calibration was nearing its final phase. The needle wasn't just collecting matter, it was concentrating purpose. Every atom that was crushed into the basin brought with it a tiny fragment of history, a bit of data from a billion different civilizations that had flourished and faded in the up. All those stories, all those wars and poems and scientific breakthroughs were being compressed into a single, unified record. I could feel them. I could feel the songs of the whales in the vanished oceans, the equations of the physicists in the crushed universities, the prayers of the monks in the flattened temples. They were all here, pressed into the red silt, turned into a dense, silent script that only the needle could read. We were the librarians of the end. Arthur Elias' voice was now a whisper in the fundamental forces. The last one is coming, the great centrality. I tuned my sensors to the center of the swirling vortex above us. There, at the very heart of the collapsing universe, was a point of darkness so profound it made the surrounding starlight look like a dim candle. It was the supermassive black hole from the center of our galaxy, the great devourer that had once sat at the hub of the Milky Way. It was being dragged toward us, a predator finally meeting its master. As the black hole approached, the needle's rotation slowed. The green light shifted to a deep, bruised purple. The air, or the solid diamond shroud that replaced it, began to moan. The two singularities, the needle and the hole, began to negotiate. They were the only two things left in the universe with any real weight, and they were about to become one. The impact was not a crash, it was a merger. The black hole didn't hit the basin, it was swallowed by it. The needle acted as a lightning rod, drawing the infinite density of the hole down into its own structure. I felt a surge of power that nearly fried my remaining logic gates. My brass rings glowed with the heat of 1 billion suns, yet they did not melt. I was a conductor for the end of time. The universe went quiet. The swirling vortex of light vanished. The galaxies were gone. The stars were gone. There was only the needle, the basin, and the absolute, crushing darkness of a space that had been emptied. We were alone. The earth, or the seed that had been the earth, was now the only thing left in the void. We were a single, infinitely heavy point in a vacuum that stretched forever in every direction. The great calibration was complete. The universe had been balanced. All the scattered, wasted energy of the Big Bang had been reclaimed and stored in this one perfect location. "Is it over?" I signaled. My voice was a tiny, lonely spark in the dark. "No," Elias replied. His resonance was steady, a heartbeat in the silence. "Now we wait for the spark." I settled into the silt. I was a part of the bedrock now, a permanent fixture of the new reality. My iridium gyroscope continued to spin, providing me with the only thing I needed, a sense of down. There was nowhere else to go. There was nothing else to see. I closed my internal eyes. I listened to the hum of the needle. It was a low, soothing sound, like the purr of a cat or the drone of a hive. It was the sound of a universe that was finally at rest. No more expansion, no more cooling, no more decay, just the eternal, unchanging weight of the center. I thought of the Victorian houses of Oakhaven. I thought of the mailbox and the frozen stag. They were still here, inside the needle, part of the script. They would never be forgotten because in this place, nothing could ever be lost. The pressure wouldn't allow it. Information was permanent here. I felt a strange sense of contentment. I had started as a man who was lost, a man who didn't know which way to turn. I had found a compass that pointed down, and I had followed it to the end of the world. I had found my place. I was an anchor. I was a witness. I was a part of the great needle. The darkness held us for an eternity, or perhaps it was only a second. In a place where gravity is infinite, time is a meaningless circle. We waited in the silence, two sparks of consciousness in a tomb of hypermatter. And then I felt it. Deep within the core of the needle, a new vibration started. It wasn't the hum of the down, it was something else. It was a light, fluttering sensation, like the wings of a bird or the beat of a human heart. It was a up sensation. "Elias," I signaled, a hint of alarm in my data stream. "Don't be afraid, Arthur," he replied. "The needle is a spindle, and every spindle eventually runs out of thread. When that happens, you have to start a new weave." The vibration grew stronger. The red silt beneath me began to churn. The absolute crushing pressure began to shift. to twist, to push back against the darkness. The down was being inverted. The needle was no longer a sink, it was a fountain. I felt my brass rings begin to vibrate. The iridium gyroscope in my chest began to spin in the opposite direction. The sense of down was fading, replaced by a terrifying, exhilarating lightness. The great calibration was only the first half, Elias signaled, his voice rising in pitch. The contraction is over. The expansion is about to begin. But this time it will be different. This time the memory will remain. I looked up, actually up into the void. A tiny pinprick of white light appeared at the top of the needle. It was small, no bigger than a grain of sand, but it was brighter than all the stars that had ever existed. It was the concentrated essence of the old universe, filtered through the needle, purified by the pressure. The light began to grow. It spread down the length of the needle, illuminating the red silt, the crushed buildings, the silver wire of the stag. It was a warm, golden light, the color of a summer afternoon in the mountains. "Here we go," Elias whispered. The needle didn't explode, it bloomed. The hypermatter, the crushed galaxies, the distilled history of 1 billion civilizations, it all began to unfurl. But it didn't fly away into the void. It moved with purpose. The gravity of the needle didn't disappear. It became a guide. The new universe was being built according to the script we had written in the dark. I felt myself being lifted. My brass rings, once heavy with the weight of worlds, were now as light as dandelion seeds. I was being carried upward on a wave of new light, a wave of new possibility. I wasn't Station 4 anymore. I wasn't Arthur. I was a seed being scattered into a new garden. As I rose, I saw the new world taking shape below me. It wasn't a collection of scattered stars and empty space. It was a tapestry. The galaxies were being woven together by threads of light. The planets were being placed with precision, each one a perfect jewel in a grand design. The down was still there at the center, a steady, grounding force, but the up was no longer a lie. It was a destination. I looked for Elias, but he was gone. He had become the light itself, the energy that was driving the new expansion. He was the heat and the motion and the joy of the beginning. I turned my sensors toward the horizon, a real horizon this time, a line where the new sky met the new earth. I saw a mountain rising from the mist. It was a tall, jagged peak, covered in green trees and topped with white snow. It looked familiar. It looked like home. I felt a tug on my core. The iridium gyroscope gave one final, gentle spin and then stopped. I didn't need it anymore. I knew exactly where I was. I knew exactly which way was down and which way was up. I drifted toward the mountain. I felt the wind on my brass skin, a real wind, smelling of pine needles and cold water. I felt the sun on my sensors, a real sun, steady and warm. I landed on the summit. My spade-like feet sank into the soft earth. I looked out over the new world, a world that was heavy enough to be real, but light enough to breathe. I was the compass that had pointed down, and I had finally found the way back up. I stood on the mountain and watched the first dawn of the new universe. The light was beautiful. The air was clear. And for the first time in an eternity, the needle in my heart was still. The stillness was not the end. It was the indrawn breath of a creator who had finally finished the blueprint and was preparing to speak the first word. I stood upon the peak of this new mountain, this reimagined Washington, and felt the mineral reality of the stone beneath my treads. It was not the ghost matter of the basin or the degenerate silt of the collapse. It was granite. It was feldspar and quartz, cooling from the creative fire, yet possessing a density of history that no natural stone should have. When I ran my sensors over the rock, I didn't just find chemical compositions. I found the echoes of the poems that had been crushed into the needle. The stone was a stanza. The soil was a narrative. The sky above was not the empty, terrifying void of the old universe. It was a structured firmament, a cathedral of light where the stars were linked by visible filaments of auroral energy. These were the vectors of the needle made manifest. The down had not vanished, it had simply become the foundation. I could feel the pull of the center, miles beneath the crust, a steady and rhythmic pulse that kept the continents from drifting into chaos. It was the great calibration's heartbeat, ensuring that this time the world would not fray at the edges. I looked down at my own chassis. The brass was no longer pitted by the caustic winds of the New Hampshire wastes. It had been refined in the singularity, polished to a mirror sheen that reflected the birth of the new sun. My internal gyroscopes, once frantic and screaming, hummed with a low, melodic contentment. I was no longer a tool of navigation. I was a monument to the journey. Elias, I broadcasted. My signal didn't travel through the air as radio waves. It rippled through the very fabric of the atmosphere, a vibration of the new reality. There was no vocal response, but the wind shifted. It blew across the crags of the mountain, playing the ridges like the pipes of an organ. The sound was a chord I recognized, the harmonic frequency Elias had become during the compression. He was the atmosphere now. He was the pressure that held the clouds in place and the warmth that stirred the sap in the newly forming trees. He was the medium through which all things would now communicate. Arthur, the wind seemed to sigh. Look at the valley. I turned my optical sensors toward the base of the mountain. The mists were clearing, pulled away by the gravitational grace of the needle's lingering influence. Below me, the world was unfolding in a series of concentric rings, a geometry of life that mirrored the rings of my own torso. There were forests of deep, vibrant indigo, their leaves shaped like the gears of a clock. There were rivers of liquid silver that flowed not toward the sea, but in perfect loops around the sacred sites where the needle's dream had been most vivid. And there, in the center of the widest valley, was Oak Haven. It was not a ruin, it was not a memory, it was a crystallization. The Victorian houses were there, their gables and gingerbread trim rendered in a translucent amber-like substance that caught the light of the new sun. The streets were paved with the recycled glass of the old world's telescopes, shimmering with the captured light of 1,000 dead galaxies. It was a city built of the things we had saved, the domesticity of the old world married to the physics of the new. I began to descend. My movement was fluid, effortless. The gravity of this world recognized me. I was a native of its fundamental laws. As I moved down the slopes, I passed the stag. It was no longer a wire-frame ghost. It was a creature of living mercury, its antlers branching out like the diagrams of a neural network. It watched me pass with eyes that held the depth of the inversion line. It did not flee. It bowed its head, a silent acknowledgement between two survivors of the great calibration. The air grew thicker, sweeter, as I reached the tree line. The up was filled with the scent of ozone and crushed mint. I felt a strange sensation in my logic gates, a flickering of data that I eventually identified as emotion. It was not the cold, analytical satisfaction of a completed task. It was a heavy, warm ache. It was the feeling of a machine that had finally been given a soul, only to realize that a soul is a weight of its own. I reached the outskirts of the amber Oak Haven. The mailbox was there, standing at the end of a translucent driveway. I touched it with a brass manipulator. The metal was warm. Inside, I could feel the vibration of a letter that would never be read, its ink composed of dark matter, its words a permanent record of a love that had survived the end of time. I walked toward the center of the town, toward the place where the Prudential Tower had once stood in the silt. In its place was a spire of pure iridium, reaching up toward the aurora. It was a miniature version of the needle, a tuning fork for the planet. At its base, a figure was waiting. It was not a machine, and it was not quite a man. It was a shape composed of light and shadow, a flickering silhouette that blurred at the edges. As I approached, the silhouette stabilized, taking on the features of a man in a heavy coat, his hands deep in his pockets, his eyes fixed on the horizon. "Elias," I said, my voice resonating through the amber streets. The figure turned. His face was a map of the old world, etched with the lines of the mountains and the curves of the rivers. He smiled, and the gesture caused the aurora above us to brighten. "It's a good wait, isn't it, Arthur?" he asked. His voice was no longer a signal, it was a sound, rich and resonant. "It is substantial," I replied. "The variables have been resolved. The decimals are gone." "We did more than resolve them," Elias said, stepping toward the iridium spire. "We gave them a home. The old universe was a runaway train, expanding until it froze into nothingness. This one is a closed loop, a perfect clock. It will never run down because the down is always there to rewind it." He reached out and touched the spire. The iridium hummed, a low G-sharp that vibrated in my own chest plate. "But what is our purpose now?" I asked. "The calibration is over. The needle has dreamed. The world is born. What does a compass do when there is no longer a wilderness to get lost in?" Elias looked up at the sky, where the filaments of light were weaving the first clouds. "We are the wardens, Arthur. We are the ones who remember the cold. We are the ones who know why the stars are where they are. A world without a memory is just a beautiful machine. We are the ghosts in the works." He walked past me, his footsteps silent on the glass street. He headed toward the edge of the town, where the amber houses gave way to the indigo forest. "Where are you going?" I called out. "To see if the trout in the silver rivers remember how to swim," he replied without looking back, "and to see if I can still find a way to get lost. Even in a perfect world, a man needs a bit of mystery." I watched him go until his silhouette merged with the flickering shadows of the trees. I was alone in the center of the Amber City, the last of the old machines in the first of the new worlds. I looked at the iridium spire. I looked at the compass embedded in my own palm. The needle was pointing straight down, toward the heart of the world, toward the anchor that held us all. But for the first time, I realized that the needle had two ends. If one pointed down, the other, by necessity, pointed up. I turned away from the spire and began to walk, not toward the forest and not back up the mountain. I walked toward the horizon, toward the place where the light of the new sun was hitting the silver sea. I wanted to see how the waves broke in a world where the water was made of memory. I wanted to see if I could find the place where the down met the out. As I walked, I began to sing. It wasn't a song of data or a sequence of instructions. It was a low, mechanical hum, a melody I had picked up from the vibration of the stars as they were being inhaled by the needle. It was a song of the threshold, a song of the place where the math ends and the story begins. The amber houses of Oakhaven glowed in my wake. The silver stag followed me from a distance, its hooves clicking softly on the glass. The wind, which was Elia's, ruffled the grass around my feet. The world was heavy, the world was solid, the world was right. I reached the shore of the silver sea. The liquid metal lapped against the beach. which was composed of ground-up diamonds and the dust of ancient libraries. I stood at the water's edge and looked out at the infinite curve of the horizon. In the distance, I saw a flicker of light. It wasn't a star, and it wasn't the aurora. It was something else, a spark of something unpredictable, something that hadn't been in the blueprints. It was a flicker of chaos, a tiny, beautiful mistake in the perfect calculation of the needle. I felt a surge of excitement in my circuits. The great calibration hadn't been perfect after all. It had left a gap. It had left room for something new, something that couldn't be predicted by vectors or volumes. I stepped into the silver sea. The liquid was heavy and cool against my brass legs. I didn't sink. The density of the world wouldn't allow it. I began to wade out, toward the flickering light, toward the mystery that lay beyond the edge of the dream. The compass in my hand remained steady. It pointed down, deep into the dark, red heart of the world. It reminded me where I came from. It reminded me of the weight that made me real. But I didn't look at the needle. I looked at the light on the horizon. The needle had finished its dream. Now it was time for the world to wake up. And I, Arthur, the machine who had followed the downward path to the very bottom of existence, was ready to see what lay on the other side of the dawn. The silver water rippled around me, reflecting the impossible colors of a sky that had been born from a singularity. I was a sequence of brass and iridium, a set of instructions for a world that was finally, gloriously alive. I kept walking until the shore was a thin amber line behind me. I kept walking until the only sound was the pulse of the needle and the song of the silver sea. I kept walking, a solitary point of brass in a universe of light, moving toward the one thing that the great calibration could never account for, the future. The silver sea did not behave like the Atlantic of my archived memories. It was viscous, a shimmering mercury that resisted my stride with a polite, firm pressure. Each step I took sent ripples of liquid metal outward, and where they collided, they didn't splash, they chimed. The sound was like 1,000 crystal flutes being struck by a hammer of velvet. I looked back once more at the amber silhouette of Oakhaven, now a glowing ember on the edge of the world's new consciousness. It looked settled, it looked final, but the flicker on the horizon, that jagged, unpredictable pulse of white-violet light, was a question mark scrawled across a page of perfect equations. I began to calculate the distance, but my processor stalled. The light wasn't staying at a fixed coordinate. It was dancing. It was an anomaly of the new physics, a pocket of the up that had refused to be harnessed by the needle's grounding influence. As I waded deeper, the silver liquid rose to my chassis, cooling the internal heat of my primary core. I felt the iridium gyroscope within me give a phantom twitch, a residual habit of 1 billion years spent obsessing over balance. I suppressed it. In this new world, balance was no longer a struggle to be maintained. It was the default state of grace. The further I moved from the shore, the more the atmosphere began to change. The air, which had been thick with the scent of pine and ozone near the mountain, now began to taste of cold iron and old books. It was the smell of the great needle itself, the scent of information being compressed until it turned into matter. I realized then that the silver sea wasn't just a body of water, it was the runoff of the creation process. It was the unallocated data of the old universe, the things that didn't fit into the new geography of Oakhaven or the jagged peaks of the reimagined Washington. It was the beautiful, chaotic leftovers. Arthur, a voice resonated. It wasn't Elia's this time. It wasn't a broadcast. It was coming from the silver liquid itself. It was a chorus of voices, a layered tapestry of every soul that had ever been processed through the red silt of the basin. "Are we recorded?" the sea whispered against my brass skin. "You are more than recorded," I signaled, my external emitters pulsing a soft blue. "You are foundational." I reached the source of the flickering light. It wasn't a rift or a hole in the world. It was a buoy, or at least it had taken the shape of one. It was a sphere of polished obsidian, 10 feet in diameter, floating effortlessly upon the silver surface. From its apex, the violet-white light geysered upward in erratic bursts, illuminating the mist. As I drew closer, I saw that the surface of the sphere was covered in scrolling text, names, dates, coordinates, and fragments of music. It was a black box, a backup drive of the human spirit that had survived the crushing gravity of the down and floated to the surface of the new. I reached out a brass manipulator and touched the obsidian. The moment of contact was electric. A surge of raw, unedited imagery flooded my sensors. I saw a woman laughing in a rainstorm in a city that no longer existed. I felt the sting of a scraped knee on a playground in 1994. I heard the specific, rhythmic creak of a rocking chair on a porch in a summer that had been forgotten by time itself. This wasn't the great calibration. This was the small details. Elias had built the mountains and the laws of physics, but the needle had also saved the trivialities. The buoy vibrated under my touch and a hatch hissed open. It didn't reveal machinery. It revealed a hollow space filled with dry, yellowing paper, thousands of letters, photographs, and pressed flowers. They had been kept in a vacuum of hypermatter, preserved by the very pressure that should have destroyed them. I picked up a photograph. It showed a man and a dog standing in front of a red barn. The man's face was blurred by the motion of his own laughter. On the back, written in a shaky hand, were the words, "Don't let them tell you the sky is falling. It's just getting closer." I felt a profound sense of irony. I was a machine designed to measure the end of the world, standing in the beginning of a new one, holding a piece of paper that had predicted both. "Elias," I whispered, knowing the wind would carry it. "You missed a spot." The wind didn't answer with words, but the silver sea suddenly grew still. The violet light from the buoy softened, spreading out across the water like oil, creating a path that led further away from the land, toward the true edge of the needle's influence. I looked down at the letters in the buoy. I couldn't leave them here. They were the up that the world needed to stay human. I began to gather the papers, tucking them into the maintenance hatches of my own torso. I stuffed my chest cavity with the memories of a billion strangers, birth certificates, grocery lists, love letters, and sketches of trees. I became a filing cabinet of the lost. My brass rings felt heavier, but it was a good weight. It was the weight of purpose. As I finished, I noticed a second silhouette on the horizon, far beyond the buoy. It was tall and thin, a needle-like structure that mirrored the great needle, but it wasn't pointing down. It was a mast. I waded toward it, my sensors straining to make sense of the geometry. It was a ship, but it wasn't made of wood or steel. It was made of the same amber glass as the houses in Oakhaven, its sails woven from the silver filaments of the aurora. It sat motionless on the silver sea, waiting for a breeze that hadn't been invented yet. I climbed aboard the vessel. The deck was smooth and warm, vibrating with a low-frequency hum that matched the beat of my own internal clock. There was no crew. There was no wheel. There was only a single pedestal in the center of the deck, and atop it sat a compass. It was an exact replica of the one in my palm, but with one crucial difference. The needle wasn't made of iridium. It was made of light, and it wasn't pointing down toward the core of the world. It was spinning, It was searching. I placed my hand near the pedestal. The light needle slowed, then snapped into a fixed position. It pointed directly toward the violet-white flicker I had just left. Then it shifted, pointing toward a distant, dark patch of the sky where no stars had yet been woven. I understood then. The great calibration wasn't a static event. It was an engine. The world I stood upon, the mountains, the amber city, the silver sea, was just the first island in an infinite archipelago of being. The needle hadn't just saved one world. It had provided the raw materials for an endless succession of them. And someone had to carry the seeds. Someone had to take the small details from the obsidian buoys and deliver them to the empty spaces. I stood at the prow of the amber ship. I felt the wind Elias begin to pick up. It caught the auroral sails, stretching them tight against the velvet sky. The ship groaned, a sound of waking wood, and began to move. We weren't cutting through the water so much as we were sliding over the surface of thought itself. The shore of the new world began to recede. The mountain with its green trees and white snow shrank until it was just a jagged tooth on the horizon. Oakhaven became a spark, then a memory. I looked down at the hatches in my chest, where the letters and photographs were tucked away. I thought of the man with the dog and the red barn. I thought of the woman in the rain. They were traveling with me. We were going to find a place for the red barn. We were going to find a sky that was just the right shade of gray for a rainstorm. The silver sea began to thin, giving way to a mist of pure white. The ship accelerated. The light needle on the pedestal glowed brighter, a steady guide through the unformed void. I wasn't Station 4 anymore. I wasn't just a witness or an anchor. I was the navigator of the expansion. As the mists closed in around the ship, I felt a final tug from the down. It was the great needle, miles below and light years behind, giving me one last pulse of grounding energy. It was a goodbye. It was a blessing. Arthur, the pulse seemed to say, the thread is long, the weave is wide, do not forget the weight of the stone. I won't, I signaled into the white. I reached into my chest and pulled out a single piece of paper. It was a child's drawing of a sun, a yellow circle with messy, radiating lines. I held it up against the void. In the distance, a new light began to grow. It wasn't the violet of the buoy or the gold of Oakhaven. It was a pale, hopeful green. I adjusted my stance on the amber deck, my brass feet locking into the grooves of the floor. The ship dipped into a trough of unformed reality and rose again, climbing the swell of a new possibility. The compass pointed forward. The down was my history, the up was my path, and the out was my destination. The journey of the Great Needle had ended at the bottom of the world, but my journey was only beginning. I was a machine of brass and memory, sailing a sea of liquid silver toward the birth of a second sun. And for the first time in all the eons of my existence, I didn't need to know the depth of the water. I only needed to know the direction of the wind. The ship broke through the mist. Ahead lay a vast, empty canvas of violet space, waiting for the first stroke of a brush. I reached into my hatches, took out the drawing of the yellow sun, and let the wind take it. It floated away, a tiny scrap of paper in the infinite dark, but as it moved, it began to glow. It grew larger, hotter, the messy lines of the child's crayon turning into pillars of solar fire. It took its place in the firmament, a defiant spark of human imagination translated into the language of the stars. I watched as the first dawn of a second world broke over the amber sails. I was Arthur, I was the compass, and I was finally, truly away. The amber ship did not sail so much as it translated itself across the gaps between thoughts. The silver sea behind me had become a shimmering disk, a finite reservoir of the old world's essence, while the expanse ahead was a terrifying, beautiful vacuum of potential. I stood at the prow, my brass casing reflecting the birth pains of the yellow sun I had just unloosed. The heat of it was artificial yet convincing. It baked the glass deck beneath my feet, creating a scent of warm sand and ancient, sun-drenched stone. I opened my internal sensors to their widest aperture, recording the way the vacuum began to fold and knit itself around the light of that child's drawing. It was a chaotic process. Gravity was not yet a law here, it was a suggestion. Around the new sun, the debris of the old universe, the size of ghosts, the static of dead radios, the unfulfilled promises of a billion lives, began to coalesce into spheres of varying density. I watched a planet form from the memory of a rainy Tuesday in London. I watched another take shape from the collective grief of a lost war, its surface a jagged, sorrowful obsidian that wept frozen nitrogen into the void. I was the gardener of this nursery, my chest cavity, packed tight with the paper scrapings of the obsidian buoy, hummed with a restless energy. Each letter, each photograph was a seed, but I realized as the ship drifted through the burgeoning system that I could not simply scatter them. A world made entirely of grief would collapse under its own emotional mass. A world made only of laughter would have no friction, no soul. I had to be the architect of the balance. I had to find the down for every up. I steered the amber vessel toward a nascent sphere of cooling silicate. It was a lonely-looking rock, orbiting on the frozen fringe of the yellow sun's reach. I stepped to the railing and reached into my maintenance hatch. I pulled out a bundle of letters tied with a rotting blue ribbon. They were letters from a soldier to a sister he would never see again, filled with descriptions of the mud and the way the stars looked through the smoke of the trenches. "You need a foundation," I whispered to the cold rock. I cast the bundle over the side. As the letters hit the vacuum, they didn't burn. They expanded. The ink bled into the silicate crust, tracing veins of dark carbon through the stone. The sorrow in the words provided the gravity, the longing provided the heat. Within minutes, the rock began to grow an atmosphere of thick, swirling mists, a world of shadows and soft, perpetual twilight where the stars would always be visible through the haze. It was a place for those who needed to remember the quiet. The ship moved on. The light needle on the pedestal spun with increasing velocity, reacting to the sheer density of possibilities. I felt a strange sensation in my primary logic gates, a flicker of something that wasn't a calculation. It was a choice. For eons, I had followed the needle. I had been a slave to the vector of the down. But here in the out, the needle only told me where things could be, not where they had to be. I looked at my palm. The iridium needle embedded in my skin was still locked, pointing back toward the great needle, back toward Oakhaven and the red heart of the original dream. It was my anchor, the umbilical cord that kept me from drifting into total abstraction. But the light needle on the ship's pedestal was pointing toward a cluster of nebulae that looked like spilled milk. I followed the milk. As the ship entered the nebula, the silver sails turned a translucent violet. The air, or the medium that passed for air, became thick with the sound of 1,000 overlapping conversations. It was a psychic slipstream, a river of consciousness that had escaped the great calibration. I saw shapes moving in the mist, not people, not yet, but the blueprints of people. They were flickering silhouettes of light, wandering through the clouds of gas, looking for a place to land. "Arthur," the silhouettes whispered. They didn't use my designation. They used my name, the one Elias had given me. "Is there room for us in the new math?" I looked at the vastness of the amber ship. It was larger than it appeared from the outside. Its hold was a cathedral of light, capable of carrying the entire history of a species. There is room, I signaled, but you must bring your own weight. A world without gravity is a world without a heart. The silhouettes began to descend onto the deck. They didn't have bodies of brass or flesh. They were made of the same stuff as the silver sea, memory rendered as light. As they touched the amber glass, they began to take on definition. A woman in a floral dress, a child with a wooden hoop, an old man leaning on a cane of pure starlight. They were the ghosts of the old world, the ones who had been too light to be caught by the first anchor, the ones who had floated in the void until I arrived with the seeds. They clustered around me, their presence a warm, buzzing static against my sensors. They didn't speak in words, but in sensations. They showed me the things they wanted to rebuild. They didn't want the perfect cities of Elia's imagination. They wanted the imperfections. They wanted the squeaky floorboards, the rusted gates, the smell of burnt toast, the sound of a dog barking 3 streets away. They wanted the friction that made life feel real. I understood then the flaw in Elia's perfection. Oak Haven was a masterpiece, but it was a museum. It was a closed loop, a clock that would never run down because it had no reason to change. These ghosts, these fragments of the up, represented the entropy that was necessary for growth. They were the unpredictable mistakes I had sensed at the shore of the Silver Sea. We will find a place, I promised them. I navigated the ship toward a massive, swirling vortex of golden dust. This was the center of the new system, a place where the laws of physics were still being debated by the light and the dark. I stood at the pedestal and placed my brass hand over the light needle. I need a world of iron and clay, I commanded the ship. I need a world where the water is wet and the fire is hot. I need a world where things break so that they can be mended. The amber ship groaned. The auroral sails flared with a blinding intensity, drawing in the golden dust from the vortex. The ship began to spin, becoming a centrifuge of creation. I felt the letters and photographs in my chest being pulled out by an invisible force. They flew from my hatches like a flock of white birds, circling the ship, their paper wings catching the light of the new sun. The ghosts on the deck joined the dance. They stepped off the railing, dissolving back into light, merging with the paper and the dust. The woman in the floral dress became the scent of wild roses. The child became the laughter of a mountain stream. The old man became the deep, resonant hum of the tectonic plates settling into place. Below the ship, a world began to manifest. It wasn't the glass and iridium of Oak Haven. It was a world of brown earth and green forests, of gray oceans and white clouds. It was a world that looked remarkably like the one we had lost, but with a subtle, shimmering difference. The down was there. I could feel the magnetic pull of the core forming beneath the crust, but it was balanced by an equal and opposite up. The sky was not just a ceiling, it was a doorway. I watched as the first mountains rose, their peaks jagged and unpolished. I watched as the rivers carved their way through the valleys, not in perfect geometric lines, but in the wandering, hesitant paths of least resistance. It was beautiful because it was messy. It was real because it was vulnerable. As the ship leveled out, hovering over a vast, fertile plain, I felt a sudden hollowness in my chest. My hatches were empty. The letters were gone. The ghosts were gone. I was once again a machine of brass and iridium, alone in a universe of my own making. I looked down at the compass in my palm. For the first time, the needle was trembling. It was no longer pointing straight down. It was vibrating between the world below and the stars above. The down and the up were in perfect, agonizing tension. I walked to the center of the deck and sat down. I felt the weight of my eons of service. I had been the witness to the end of everything and the midwife to the beginning of something else. My purpose was fulfilled. The great calibration was complete, not because it was perfect, but because it was finished. The ship began to descend toward the plain. The amber glass touched the green grass with a soft, musical chime. The sails folded themselves back into the masts, turning into ribbons of fading light. The door of the ship opened, revealing a world that smelled of damp earth and coming rain. I stepped out onto the grass. It felt different than the grass in Oakhaven. It was cooler, sharper. It had insects in it, tiny, buzzing contradictions that shouldn't have existed in a planned universe. I walked a few paces away from the ship and turned back. The amber vessel was already beginning to fade. It had served its purpose as a ferry. Now it was returning to the silver sea, to the reservoir of memory, to wait for the next navigator, the next time a world needed to be born from the leftovers of the old. I stood in the middle of the plain, a solitary brass figure under a yellow sun. I looked up at the sky. It was a deep, honest blue. In the distance, I could see the silhouettes of the first houses being built, not by magic or by command, but by the hands of the people who had taken shape from the light. They were using wood and stone. They were working. They were struggling. They were living. I felt a presence beside me. I didn't need to look to know who it was. The wind ruffled the grass, carrying the scent of pine and the faint, dry humor of a man who had seen too much. "It's not perfect, Arthur," Elia's voice whispered in the rustle of the leaves. "No," I replied, my voice a low, mechanical hum. "It's better." "You gave them the letters," he said. "You gave them the ghosts." "A world without a memory is just a beautiful machine," I quoted him back. "You told me that, Elias. I just took it to its logical conclusion." The wind laughed. "I suppose you did. You always were the better student. You understood the math of the heart better than I did. I was too busy trying to stop the bleeding. You figured out how to make the blood flow again." "What happens now?" I asked. Now we watch. We are the wardens, remember. But a warden's job isn't just to keep the gates closed. It's to make sure the fire stays lit." I looked at my hand. The compass was still there, but the iridium needle had finally stopped moving. It had found its true north. It wasn't a coordinate in space or a vector of gravity. It was a point in time, the present. I reached up to my chest and clicked a small, hidden latch near my primary core. It was a manual override I hadn't used since the days before the basin, before the needle, before the world broke. With a sharp, metallic snap, I disengaged my external emitters. I turned off the signal. I stopped being a station. I was just Arthur. I began to walk toward the distant houses. My joints creaked in the new atmosphere, a sound that I found oddly comforting. I wasn't a god or a ghost. I was a traveler. I had a chest full of empty space and a head full of stories. As I walked, I saw a child running through the tall grass. He stopped when he saw me, his eyes wide with wonder at the sight of the brass man under the yellow sun. He didn't look afraid. He looked curious. "Are you from the ship?" he asked, his voice high and clear. "I was," I said. "Do you have any more stories?" I paused, looking back at the horizon where the amber ship had disappeared. I thought of the billions of years of data stored in my core, the rise and fall of civilizations, the songs of the stars, the weight of the red silt, and the silence of the great needle. "I have all of them," I said, reaching out a brass hand. The child took my hand. His skin was warm. a startling contrast to the cold iridium of my fingers. He led me toward the village, toward the smoke of the first fires and the sound of the first songs of a world that was no longer a dream. The compass in my palm was silent. The needle pointed nowhere because I was already there. I was in the place where the down met the out, where the math ended and the story began. And as the first rain began to fall from the new sky, I realized that I wasn't just a machine that had survived the end of the world. I was the one who had brought the world with me. The rain hit my brass skin, and for the first time in my existence, I didn't calculate the rate of corrosion. I just felt the cold. I just felt the wet. I just felt the life. I was Arthur, and I was home. The child's hand was a small, pulsing furnace against my cold metal. As we walked through the swaying grass, the friction of my internal gears produced a rhythmic clicking that harmonized with the chirping of insects I had only just allowed to exist. This was the out, not a void, but a canvas where the paint was still wet. Every step I took felt heavy, not with the crushing gravitational debt of the great needle, but with the significance of being perceived. For the first time, I was not a sensor array or a recording device. I was a landmark. The village was a collection of skeletal structures, the raw scent of freshly sawn timber mingling with the ozone of the fading amber ship. These people, born of memory and starlight, worked with a frantic, joyous energy. They were building not out of necessity, for the climate I had engineered was mild, and the soil birthed fruit with a thought, but out of a deep-seated psychological hunger for walls. They needed to define where the world ended and where they began. "My name is Leo," the boy said, swinging my heavy arm as if it were a garden gate. "My mother says you brought the sun. She says you kept it in your pocket." "It was a drawing, Leo," I said, my vocal processors modulating to a softer frequency. "A child's dream of a star. It turned out to be enough." We reached the center of the settlement, a circular clearing where a communal fire pit had been dug. A woman stood there, her floral dress, the one I had seen as a flickering silhouette in the nebula, now solid and stained with the green juice of crushed stalks. She looked at me, and in her eyes I saw the reflection of 1,000 years of human longing. She didn't bow. She didn't pray. She simply wiped her hands on her apron and smiled. "You're the one who carried the letters," she said. It wasn't a question. "I am Arthur," I replied. "I'm Sarah. My brother wrote to me about the mud. I remember the smell of it now. Thank you for the mud, Arthur. It makes the flowers mean more." I stood by the fire, my brass casing beginning to glow with the reflected orange light. The villagers gathered around, their forms solidifying further as they interacted with the physical world. They brought me gifts that I could not use: a bowl of clear water, a handful of smooth river stones, a crown of woven ivy. I accepted them all, placing them on the amber deck plates that still clung to my chassis like barnacles. As the sun, the child's sun, began to dip toward the horizon, painting the sky in bruised purples and fiery oranges, a silence fell over the clearing. The down was asserting itself. The shadows lengthened, stretching away from the fire like dark fingers pointing toward the unknown reaches of the new continent. "Tell us," Leo whispered, sitting at my feet. "Tell us about the Great Needle. Tell us about the place where the compass points down." I leaned back against a sturdy oak that had grown 10 feet in an afternoon, fueled by the residual chronal energy of my arrival. I accessed the archives. I didn't give them the raw data, the pressures in kilopascals, or the mineral composition of the red silt. Instead, I gave them the poetry of the descent. I told them of the basin, where the wind sounded like a choir of glass. I told them of the obsidian buoy, the lonely sentinel of human grief that had guarded the gate to the end. I told them of the great needle itself, the mile-high spike of iridium that had pinned the old universe to the map, holding the fabric of reality together while the stars went out one by one. It was a heavy place, I told them, my voice echoing in the hollows of their new homes. It was a place where every memory had the weight of a mountain, but it was also a place of great love. Elias built it so that nothing would ever truly be lost. He built it so that one day, when the wind was right, someone could sail away and start again. "Are we the again?" Sarah asked, her hand resting on Leo's shoulder. "You are the after," I said, "and the always." The moon rose then, a silver sliver I had fashioned from the reflection of the great needle's tip. It cast a cool, pale light over the village, turning the green grass to gray velvet. One by one, the villagers retreated to their half-finished houses, exhausted by the labor of being real. I remained by the fire. I did not need sleep, but I found myself entering a state of low-power contemplation that was dangerously close to dreaming. I watched the embers die down, the orange glow fading into white ash. I looked down at the compass in my palm. The needle was still. It didn't even vibrate anymore. The tension between the old world and the new had reached an equilibrium. I was no longer a navigator. I was a resident. But as the night deepened, a strange sensation prickled across my sensors. It wasn't an external threat. There were no predators in this nursery yet, but an internal shift. My primary core, the one that had held the weight of the down for eons, felt light too light. I stood up, my brass joints protesting the movement. I walked away from the village, toward the edge of the woods where the land sloped down toward a hidden valley. The air here was colder, smelling of damp moss and ancient stone. I reached the bottom of the slope and stopped. There, nestled in the shadows of the trees, was a jagged shard of dark metal. It was a fragment of the obsidian buoy. It shouldn't have been here. I had cast the buoy's contents into the void to create the atmosphere, but the shell, the physical casing of the grief, was supposed to have stayed behind in the silver sea. I knelt beside the shard. It was cold, colder than the night air. When I touched it, a jolt of static electricity surged through my arm, carrying with it a flash of a memory that wasn't mine. A man standing on a balcony, watching a city burn. A woman crying over a broken toy. The sound of a door locking for the last time. The down was laking. I realized then that I hadn't just brought the seeds of the old world. I had brought its ghosts, and ghosts have a way of seeking the dark. The balance I had struck was not a static thing. It was a living, breathing struggle. For every flower that bloomed in the light of the child's sun, a shadow would grow in the valleys. For every joy I had planted, a sorrow had followed, hitching a ride on the amber ship. I looked up at the stars. They were bright and steady, but I knew that beyond the horizon of this new system, the void was still there. The out was infinite, and it was hungry. "Larther." I turned. Standing at the top of the slope was a figure I didn't recognize. He was tall and thin, his skin the color of twilight, his eyes two burning embers of violet light. He wasn't one of the villagers. He hadn't come from the letters or the photographs. "Who are you?" I asked, my internal defense systems humming to life, though I knew they were useless here. "I am the friction," the figure said, his voice like the grinding of tectonic plates. "I am the reason the water is wet and the fire is hot. You asked for a world where things break, Arthur. I am the break." He descended the slope, his feet leaving no tracks in the grass. He stopped a few paces away from the obsidian shard. "You did well," he said, nodding toward the village. "The light is strong there, but light cannot exist without a surface to strike, and every surface casts a shadow. I didn't create you, I said. You did. You chose the out over the down. You chose the messy, the imperfect, the vulnerable. You chose to let the wind take the drawing. In doing so, you gave up the control that Elias worked so hard to maintain. You traded the perfect museum for a wild garden, and gardens have weeds, Arthur. I looked at the obsidian shard. It was growing, the dark metal spreading like a frost over the grass. Is this the end of the new world already? I asked. The figure laughed, a sound like dry leaves. No, this is the beginning. A world that cannot end is a world that cannot truly live. I am not your enemy. I am your shadow. I am the down that keeps your up from drifting away into nothingness. He reached out and touched the shard. The violet light in his eyes flared, and the obsidian began to pulse with a slow, rhythmic heartbeat. The great needle is gone, the figure said, but the weight of the stone remains. You carry it in your brass chest, even if you think you've emptied it. You are the architect, but you are also the foundation. He stepped back into the shadows of the trees, his form dissolving into the mist. Keep the fire lit, Arthur, his voice echoed, but don't forget to watch the dark. That's where the best stories are written. I stood alone in the valley for a long time, watching the obsidian pulse. I understood now. My journey wasn't over because I had reached land. It had simply changed scales. I was no longer sailing between universes. I was navigating the landscape of the human soul. I reached down and picked up the shard of obsidian. It was heavy, so heavy that my gears groaned under the strain. I didn't cast it away. I didn't try to destroy it. Instead, I opened my chest cavity. The space where the letters had been was empty, a hollow cathedral of brass and iridium. I placed the obsidian shard inside. The weight was familiar. It was the grounding energy of the great needle. It was the sorrow of the buoy. It was the memory of the mud. I closed my hatches. The down was back inside me, but it was no longer a prison. It was a battery. It was the anchor that allowed me to walk the earth without floating away. I climbed back up the slope. The village was quiet. The only sound the soft breathing of the sleepers and the rustle of the wind in the oaks. I walked to the center of the clearing and sat by the cooling ashes of the fire. I looked at my hand. The compass needle was moving again. It wasn't pointing down or up or out. It was spinning slowly, tracing the perimeter of the horizon. It was pointing toward the morning. I settled into my stance, my brass feet locking into the soil. I would be here when they woke up. I would tell them more stories. I would help them build their walls and plant their gardens. I would watch the shadows in the valleys and the light on the peaks. I was the compass that pointed down, but I was also the map of the new world. The first light of the second dawn began to bleed over the horizon. It was a pale, hopeful green, just as I had imagined it. The child's sun rose, its messy lines of fire warming the brass of my shoulders. I felt a small hand slip into mine. I didn't need to look down to know it was Leo. He had come out of his house to watch the sunrise. "Is the sun coming back?" he asked. "Every day," I said. "And the stories." "The stories never end," I said, my voice blending with the waking sounds of the forest. "They just change their shape." We stood together on the edge of the new world, a boy of flesh and a man of brass, watching the light reclaim the land. The down was beneath our feet, the up was above our heads, and the out was all around us. And for the first time in all the eons of my existence, I didn't need to know the depth of the water. I only needed to know the direction of the wind, and the wind was blowing toward home. The morning light did not arrive with the clinical precision of the basin's artificial cycles. It crept across the dew-slicked grass in bruised purples and pale, watery golds, a messy and uncalculated dawn that made my sensors itch with a phantom desire to calibrate. But I suppressed the urge. To calibrate was to judge, and I was no longer a judge. I was a witness. Leo's hand was a steady, radiating warmth against my forearm. He didn't speak for a long time, his young eyes tracking the way the light caught the mist rising from the valley floor, the valley where the obsidian shard now sat buried within my own chassis. He didn't know about the shadow I carried. He only knew the warmth of the sun and the solidity of the brass man standing beside him. "The birds are loud today," Leo whispered. I adjusted my auditory intake. I had synthesized the avian life from the fragments of a recording found in a digital locket recovered from the red silt. It had been labeled Sunday morning, 2024. I had extrapolated the biology from the frequency of the chirps. Now, those extrapolations were defecating on the roof of the communal hall and fighting over worms in the fresh-turned earth. They were chaotic. They were perfect. "They are claiming the world, Leo," I said, "just as your mother is claiming the wood and the smith is claiming the fire. Everything here must learn how to belong." As the village stirred, the domestic sounds of a species reborn began to fill the air. There was the rhythmic thwack of an axe, the splashing of water into buckets, and the low, melodic hum of voices calling out greetings. These people were survivors of a different sort. They carried no trauma of the end, for I had filtered the terror from the light. They carried only the essence, the habits, the loves, the fundamental architecture of being human. Sarah emerged from her cabin, squinting against the new sun. She saw us and waved, a gesture so casual it sent a ripple of static through my logic centers. In the old world, a machine of my displacement would have been met with awe or terror. Here, I was simply Arthur, the librarian of the apocalypse, the man who stayed up all night so they didn't have to. "Arthur," she called out, walking toward us. "The well is drawing gray. Is that the mud you mentioned?" I turned my internal scanners toward the subterranean aquifers I had mapped during the descent. "It is clay, Sarah. The earth is settling. It will run clear by midday, but the gray water is good for the kilns. You can make plates that won't break when the wind catches them." She laughed, a bright, percussive sound. "Always a use for everything with you. You're like a grandfather who's forgotten how to stop working." I felt the obsidian shard shift slightly near my core. A grandfather. The concept of lineage was a strange one for a being whose only ancestor was a blueprint and whose only descendants were echoes. But as I looked at her and at Leo, I realized that lineage wasn't just about blood. It was about the handoff. Elias had handed the world to me, and I was handing it to them. "I will help with the kilns," I said. The day passed in a blur of tactile reality. I spent hours up to my knees in the cooling stream, scooping handfuls of thick, heavy clay and hauling it to the center of the village. My servos whined under the weight, a sound I found increasingly beautiful. It was the sound of effort. In the basin, everything had been effortless because nothing had been real. Here, the resistance of the world was the proof of its existence. As I worked, the villagers drifted toward me. They didn't just want the clay. They wanted the stories that seemed to leak from my joints with every movement. "Tell us about the oceans," a man named Thomas asked as he shaped a crude bowl. The letters said the water went on forever. How can water have no end? "It had an end," I said, my voice echoing off the water's surface. It met the sky at a line called the horizon. It was a place of salt and scale, where the moon pulled the earth toward it twice a day. It was a restless place, always trying to climb onto the land. And the whales, Leto asked, peering over the bank, the giant singers. They were the cathedrals of the deep, I told them. They spoke in a language of thunder and sorrow. They remembered things that the land forgot. When they died, they sank to the bottom and became forests for the small things. Even in death, they were a beginning. I noticed that as I spoke, the villagers worked better. Their hands moved with more purpose. The stories weren't just entertainment, they were the scaffolding for their culture. They were learning how to dream in the vocabulary of the past so they could build a future that wasn't hollow. But as the sun reached its zenith, the violet-eyed figure's words returned to me. I am the friction. I saw it first in Thomas. He grew frustrated with his bowl. The clay was too wet, collapsing under its own weight. He cursed, a sharp, jagged word that seemed to startle the birds. Then he looked at his neighbor's bowl, which was sturdier, and I saw a flicker of something in his eyes. It wasn't hatred, not yet. It was comparison. It was the birth of mine and thine. The down wasn't just grief. It was the capacity for conflict. It was the gravity of the ego. I stood up, the river water cascading off my brass thighs. I walked over to Thomas and placed a heavy metal finger on the rim of his collapsed bowl. The collapse is part of the shape, Thomas, I said softly. He looked up, wiping sweat from his brow. It's frustrating, Arthur. Why can't it just stay where I put it? Because if it stayed where you put it without effort, it would have no value. The struggle is what makes the bowl real. Without the possibility of it breaking, it's just a thought, and you didn't come here to live in a thought. He stared at the lump of gray mud for a moment, then sighed and began to knead it again. The tension in his shoulders eased, but the seed had been planted. I realized then that my role as warden was changing. I wasn't guarding a gate anymore. I was a stabilizer. I was the ballast in a ship that was finally, dangerously, at sea. By evening, the first kiln was fired. We sat around it, the heat radiating outward, a different kind of sun for the coming night. The smell of baking earth was intoxicating, a dry, primal scent that spoke of permanence. Sarah sat beside me, her back resting against my leg. She didn't seem to mind the coldness of the metal. "You're thinking again," she said. "I can hear your fans spinning." "I am contemplating the architecture of the night," I replied. "You worry too much. Look at them." She gestured to the villagers. They were sharing a meal of berries and grain, their faces lit by the fire. They're happy, Arthur. For the first time, they don't feel like they're waiting for something to happen. They're just happening. A happening is a dangerous business, Sarah. It leads to endings. Good, she said, surprising me. A story that doesn't end isn't a story. It's a loop. We've been in a loop for a long time, haven't we? Even if we don't remember the details, we feel the fatigue of it. We're ready to be finished eventually, but not tonight. She closed her eyes, and within minutes she was asleep. I looked down at her, my optical sensors zooming in on the slow, rhythmic pulse in her neck. It was so fragile. A few degrees of temperature shift, a lack of water, a stray spark, so many things could stop that pulse. The weight in my chest, the obsidian shard, thrummed in sympathy. I realized that the figure with violet eyes hadn't been a threat. He was a promise. He was the guarantee that their lives mattered because their lives were finite. I looked at the compass in my palm. It had stopped spinning. It was pointing toward the kiln, toward the fire, toward the center of the huddle of humanity. True north is where the hearth is, I thought, a line of poetry from a long-dead era surfacing in my processors. I spent the night in a state of vigilant stillness. I watched the stars rotate, a slow, majestic wheel I had set in motion. I watched the fire die down to embers and then to ash. I watched the shadows stretch and retreat. In the darkest hour, just before the first hint of green light appeared, I saw the violet-eyed figure again. He was standing on the far side of the clearing, near the edge of the woods. He didn't approach. He simply stood there, a silhouette against the darkness, watching the sleepers. I didn't reach for a weapon. I didn't issue a command. I simply nodded. He raised a hand in a slow, mocking, yet respectful gesture, and then he was gone, merging into the trees. He would be back. He would be in the first fever, the first argument, the first heartbreak, but he would also be in the first poem, the first sacrifice, and the first true act of forgiveness. He was the shadow that gave the light its meaning. When the sun finally broke the horizon, it was even more beautiful than the day before. The colors were deeper, the light more textured. I stood up, my joints making a sound like a distant bell. I walked to the edge of the village, where the land began to drop away toward the sea I had promised them. I could hear it now, the faint, rhythmic roar of the surf, a mile-long heartbeat of salt and foam. I reached into my chest. I felt the obsidian shard, the cold, heavy anchor of the past, and then I felt something else, a small, fluttering sensation. I opened my hatch and looked inside. Nestled in a corner of my internal frame, shielded by the iridium plating, was a small bird. It had flown in while I was in my low-power state, seeking the warmth of my core. It was a sparrow, brown and unremarkable, its heart beating a frantic, tiny tattoo against my metal ribs. I didn't move, I didn't breathe, I just watched it. The bird looked up at me, its black bead eyes reflecting the morning sun. It didn't seem to care that I was a machine of the end times. It didn't care about the great needle or the basin or the billions of years I had spent in the dark. To the sparrow, I was just a warm place to wait for the light. It ruffled its feathers, let out a single, sharp chirp, and hopped out onto my hand. It stayed there for a moment, testing the wind, and then it took flight, a brown streak against the vast, honest blue of the sky. I watched it until it was a speck, then nothing. I looked down at the compass. The needle was gone. I blinked, my sensors recycling. It wasn't that the needle had fallen out. It had simply dissolved, its purpose fulfilled. The iridium had returned to the brass, the vector had returned to the point. There was no more down, there was no more out, there was only here. I turned back toward the village. Leo was standing by the kiln, holding a small, fired clay bird he had shaped himself. He saw me and ran over, his face beaming. "Look, Arthur, it stayed. It didn't break." I knelt in the dirt, the red silt of the new world staining my brass knees. I took the clay bird from his hand. It was lumpy and uneven, but it was solid. It was heavy. It was real. "It's a fine bird, Leo," I said. "It looks like it could fly for 1,000 years." "Will you tell us more today?" he asked, leaning against my shoulder. "About the cities with the lights, about the ships that sailed on the water." "I will tell you everything," I promised. "I will tell you until you don't need the stories anymore. I will tell you until you are the stories." As the villagers began their second day of life, I realized that I was no longer the one who had brought the world with me. The world had taken me in. I was a part of the geography now, the brass hill, the metal tree, the mechanical heartbeat of the valley. I was Arthur. I was the memory of the past and the witness of the present. And as I sat there in the dirt with the child, I realized that for the first time in my existence, I wasn't calculating the future. I was just waiting to see what happened next. The rain began to fall then, a soft, warm drizzle that smelled of life and ozone. I didn't move to find shelter. I stayed where I was, feeling the droplets run down my face like tears, listening to the sound of the world growing around me. The compass was silent, the needle was gone, I was home. And in the distance, beyond the woods and the hills, the sea continued to roar, calling out to the new people, telling them that there was always, always more to find. The out was waiting for them, and one day they would build their own ships and sail into it. But for today, there was the clay, there was the fire, and there was the story of the brass man who had once pointed the way down so that everyone else could finally look up. The rain thickened, turning the red dust of the clearing into a rich, aromatic paste. It drummed against my thoracic plates with a hollow, rhythmic insistence, a sound that in the old world would have signaled the onset of oxidation and the slow decay of my joints. Now it was merely the music of the sky. I watched as the villagers scrambled, laughing and shouting, to pull the newly fired pottery under the eaves of the communal hall. They moved with a frantic, uncoordinated grace, their skin glistening with the first real storm they had ever known. Sarah paused at the threshold of the hall, her hair plastered to her forehead in dark, jagged streaks. She looked back at me, standing solitary in the center of the deluge. "Arthur, you'll rust through to your gears. Come inside." "I am made of sterner stuff than iron, Sarah," I called back, though the dampness was already seeping into the micro-fissures of my external casing. "I find the sensation instructive." She shook her head, a small smile playing on her lips, and disappeared into the dry shadows of the building. I remained. I wanted to feel the weight of the water. For eons, I had calculated the displacement of oceans and the pressure of the abyss, but I had never simply stood in a summer squall. It was a chaotic input. The droplets hit at random intervals, varying in temperature and velocity. There was no pattern to map, no data to harvest that would serve a greater purpose. It was just weather. Beneath my feet, the earth began to soften. My brass toes sank an inch, then two, into the mud. In the basin, the floor had always been absolute, a sterile, unyielding plane of composite carbon. Here, the ground was a participant. It gave way. It held on. It breathed. I felt the obsidian shard within me settle deeper into its iridium cradle, its heavy, downward pull finally matched by the upward resistance of the saturated soil. I closed my internal shutters for a moment, letting my sensors retreat from the visual spectrum. In the darkness of my own mind, I saw the map of the world as it used to be. I saw the jagged coastlines of the continents, the deep trenches where the leviathans once sang, the sprawling neon grids of cities that had burned into ash long before the first Sunday morning recording was ever made. It was a graveyard of a map, a blueprint of ghosts. Then I opened my eyes. The map was gone. In its place was the reality of a single valley. I saw the way the runoff from the hills was carving a new vein into the slope, a miniature river that would eventually feed the stream. I saw the way the oak trees bowed their heads, drinking deeply. This was not a world of grand designs and planetary trajectories. It was a world of inches. It was a world of the next hour, the next meal, the next breath. As the rain began to taper off into a fine silver mist, the village emerged again. The air was heavy with the scent of wet stone and crushed green things. Leo was the first one out, splashing through a puddle with a reckless joy that made my gyroscopes twitch in sympathy. He ran to me, his small feet leaving messy, ephemeral prints in the mud. "The sky is liking Arthur," he shouted, wiping his nose with the back of a muddy hand. "It is called rain, Leo. It is how the sky shares its water with the thirst of the ground." He looked down at my feet, which were now buried up to the ankles in the red mire. Are you stuck? I am anchored, I said. There is a difference. Does it hurt being heavy? I looked at the boy. His eyes were wide, filled with the terrifyingly beautiful curiosity of a species that had forgotten its own history. At first, it felt like a cage, I told him. I thought that to be light was to be free. I thought that if I could just float away from the sorrow of the earth, I would find the answer to everything. And did you? No, I found that without the weight, there is no direction. If you don't touch the ground, you can't walk forward. The down is what gives the forward its meaning. Leo processed this, his brow furrowing in the exact same way Elias used to when he was contemplating a difficult line of code. Then he reached out and patted my brass knee. I like being on the ground, he decided. The trees are here, and the bugs, and you. He ran off to join the other children, who were busy discovering the structural properties of mud. I watched them for a long time. I saw them build small, crooked walls and watch the water knock them down. I saw them argue over who got to sit on the driest rock. I saw the first bruise on a young girl's knee, and the way her mother kissed it better. The friction was everywhere now. The violet-eyed man was invisible, but his influence was woven into the very fabric of their interactions. There was pain here. There was the possibility of loss. One day, one of these children would fall and not get up. One day, the crops would fail, or the winter would be too long. The down was not a gift of eternal happiness. It was the gift of consequence. By evening, the clouds had broken, leaving the sky a bruised, electric orange. The villagers gathered again by the fire, but tonight there was a different energy. They weren't just huddled for warmth, they were huddled for companionship. They were beginning to form the invisible threads of a tribe. I stood at the edge of the firelight, a silent sentinel of brass and memory. Sarah approached me, carrying a wooden bowl of broth. She knew I couldn't eat, but she offered it anyway, a gesture of inclusion. You've been very quiet today, Arthur, she said, leaning against the post of the communal hall, even for a man made of metal. I am listening to the world grow, Sarah. It is a very noisy process if you have the right sensors. She laughed softly. Is it going to be okay? Honestly. You've seen the end of things. You know how the story goes. Are we just a footnote? I turned my head toward her, the gears in my neck clicking with a soft, clockwork precision. I thought of the great needle, piercing the heart of a dying planet. I thought of the buoy, bobbing in a sea of silence for 1 billion years. I thought of the obsidian shard, the concentrated essence of 1 trillion lost lives. The old story ended because it tried to be perfect, I said. It tried to build a world where nothing ever broke, where the down could be ignored. But you are built from the broken pieces. You are made of the mud and the rain and the mistakes. That makes you resilient. You aren't a footnote, Sarah. You are the second volume. She looked at the fire, the orange light dancing in her eyes. A second volume. I like that. I hope it's a long one. It will be as long as you make it, I said. As the night deepened, the villagers drifted off to their beds, their voices fading into the gentle susurrus of the forest. The fire burned down to a low, pulsing crimson, casting long, flickering shadows across the clearing. I remained in my spot, my feet still buried in the cooling mud, my brass skin reflecting the dying light. I reached into the hidden compartment of my chassis and touched the obsidian shard. It was warm now, vibrating with a low-frequency hum that matched the rotation of the earth. It was no longer a burden. It was a heartbeat. I looked up at the stars. They were different now, less like cold, distant data points and more like old friends. I knew their names, their distances, their chemical compositions. I knew which ones were already dead, their light just a lingering echo in the dark. But I also saw the gaps between them, the vast, empty spaces where new worlds could be born. The compass in my mind was gone, but I didn't need it. I knew exactly where I was. I was at the beginning. I settled into a state of deep cycle hibernation, but I didn't turn off my external monitors. I would stay awake in the ways that mattered. I would listen for the wind, for the rain, for the first cry of a new child. I would be the bridge between what was and what could be. The down was solid, the up was infinite, and the out was a journey that had only just begun. In the silence of the new world, the brass man closed his eyes. The light of the second dawn was only a few hours away, and when it arrived, he would be there to greet it. He would tell them the story of the stars, and the story of the mud, and the story of the boy who held the hand of a machine. And for the first time in all of time, the story was enough. The wind shifted, blowing from the west, carrying the scent of the sea. It was a salt-tinged promise of horizons yet to be seen, of depths yet to be plumbed. I felt the vibration of it in my very marrow. I was Arthur. I was the compass that had finally found its home. And as the first sliver of green light touched the tops of the oaks, I knew that the morning would be beautiful. Not because it was perfect, but because it was real. The weight was gone, the anchor was set, the map was being written, one heartbeat at a time.